China, the world's oldest civilization, was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Sijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone, and so welcome back to the vibrant city of Shanghai for the first portion of the Women's World Championship match. And after 4 extremely tense draws, we are waiting with anticipation as the rivalry between challenger Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun resumes, as the players return to the board. After that very important rest day, will they return re-energized with some poisonous preparation? We'll find out today. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a great pleasure to be commentating alongside one of the most iconic female players in the game, 12th Women's World Champion, Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra, good morning.
Good morning, Ivanka. What an introduction. I feel ready after your words, and I hope that the players are also rejuvenated and ready to show their spirit. The last game in Shanghai, isn't it?
It's the second to last game in Shanghai. And this will be the last time that Lei Tingjie plays with the white pieces in Shanghai. And tomorrow it will be Ju Wenjun's turn. And Ju Wenjun, of course, playing on her home turf, as they say. Perhaps this will give her some added incentive in order to make that decisive breakthrough, because there is a deadlock at the minute as we take a look at the scoreboard. 4 games, 4 extremely tense draws. Now, the first 2 games, it seemed like it was advantage Lei Tingjie. And then you left for the weekend, had a break.
Right.
And during those 2 games, it appears that there was a switch around. Ju Wenjun suddenly was playing with a lot of pressure against Lei Tingjie.
Okay, what the game 5th is gonna bring us? Lei is going to play white again, and are we gonna see another Berlin? Because 2 out of 2 with e4 for the moment for Lei. Is she gonna continue pushing in Berlin? Is it so tempting, to refute it once and for all? We'll see. Just a few minutes to find out.
We certainly will, because challenger Lei Tingjie is bidding to become the 18th Women's World Champion. But it's also more than the Women's World Championship title at stake. There's also a big prize fund. Take a look at this. There is total prize fund of €500,000. The champion walks away with 300,000, runner-up 200,000, and the winner, of course, will bid to be the next FIDE Women's World Championship. So she will be there as the big boss, and runner-up as an automatic bid to get into the next women's candidate tournament. So still something to play for, and of course, it's also pride. It's also rivalry. And Ju Wenjun, she is playing to become the 4-time women's world champion. And I think we are going to head to the playing hall as the players get ready for the game 5. And there we see Lei Tingjie in camera in yellow, one of my favorite colors. It's a color of good mood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it matches the color of the white pieces she's playing with. And it's interesting. Well, we usually don't really talk about it a lot, but she was adjusting the pieces. And look at the way she adjusted her knights compared to the way Ju Wenjun has her knights. It's a little bit different how you place them, because chess players, well, they have their own routines, and sometimes they point the knights, with their faces forward, and some just turn them a little bit like
to the side.
Yes, in a different direction. And why, I mean, it's happening, I think it's very hard to say, even for a player herself. It's just some kind of automatic, it comes automatically. But I've heard different theories why you should put your knights facing forward or facing sideways. And
Yeah.
Some say
I'm
that
a facing forward girl, and I admit I think it signals aggressive intentions. And talking about aggressive intentions, yesterday was a rest day for both the players, and game 4 was especially long. It was 63 moves. It was Ju Wenjun who was pushing 5.5-hour game. Do you think that this will have had an impact on what the players did during the rest day?
Yeah, it might. It might. Although I would say that it really depends on the player, on her routine, and what she's used to do. Because a world championship match is not really a place to try something new. Usually, you just stick to what works for you, and every small details matters, and experiments is really the Alaka in defense is on the board, knight f6. Yeah, we'll see if this. You see horses, I mean knights. We talked about the knights, and here we go, knight f6. But I doubt we're gonna see this one.
You actually mentioned that kind of nice trivia point that Lei Tingjie adjusted her knights to face forward. Well, Ju Wenjun adjusted them to face each other. Mm-hmm. So interesting psychology there. And there we also see Ju Wenjun. She is getting ready, just mentally rehearsing what she's going to be playing. And Lei Tingjie, she looks very calm.
Right. Well, probably she just trying to make believe she's calm, and inside, burning fires. And well, we talked with you before beginning this broadcast about this Armageddon series, and remember how heart rate indicated that sometimes you don't expect from a player to have such a high rate, and then you see it's over 150, and maybe it's the same thing with these players. They are in a way good actors. They need to make their opponents believe that everything is under control, they're calm and focused, but in fact they might not be this still.
I was going to say, if someone is betraying some nerves, just by my very amateurist body language reading, I'm just going to say that Ju Wenjun looks like she's somewhat nervous. Of course, she is an experienced match veteran. She played Tang Zhongyi in 2018 for the Women's World Championship title. She won. She also defeated Alexandra Goryachkina in 2020. But here we see her in a completely different situation, because in those previous matches, Ju had always won a game up to game 4. She defeated Tang Zhongyi in game 2. For Alexandra Goryachkina, it was in game 4 where she made the breakthrough. And here it just seems that there's a big deadlock on the board. Neither player giving it an inch. And handshake. And we're going to see the first move of game 5.
E4.
And you are right. The temptation is just too strong. You want to put away the Berlin once and for all.
Right. Well, there are other openings except the Rui Lopez. We might still see some kind of Italian, but for the moment it's knight f3, knight c6. Ju continues with the Berlin defense.
Maybe,
she's true.
So here it could be the point of variation. For instance,
Bishop c4. Okay.
Bishop c4. Okay.
The Italian.
So Lei Tingjie has had enough of the Rui Lopez, the Berlin defense, and it is the Italian. And now the ball is in Ju Wenjun's court. Is she going to develop the knight and allow the FIDE liver and knight f6?
Well, it might be still transpositioning to the Italian later on. It depends on White's answer. Of course, White has this possibility to play knight g5 and dive directly into those complications, including possibility of the FIDE liver attacks that you mentioned. But there are other moves, such as a quiet d3, which usually after bishop c5 still transposes to the quiet Italian. And of course, I'm very happy to see a new opening on the board. I do play it quite often with the white pieces, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Lei and her team prepared for this event. Now she's looking at the ceiling, probably trying, to remind us of Beth Harmon and Queen's Gambit. Nowadays, people not so close to chess, they always expect chess players to look at the ceiling. So it's a very important PR move that she is doing right now. We can praise her for that.
There's a kind of thing that if you look, it escapes me which direction it is, but if you look, I think to the right, you're telling the truth, and if you look, you're trying to recall something. It could be the other way around. Don't quote me on this, but you've got to look at the eye directions. Right. I need to brush up on my body language 101. And as you mentioned there, Lei Tingjie looking up to the ceiling, trying to recall something. And you mentioned Beth Harmon there. And one of the things about Beth Harmon is that they really played in that TV series that she was thinking in terms of visualization and just boards. And this is a kind of entirely different thinking to what I've usually done. Like, for instance, when I play chess, I'm thinking with words, I'm thinking with plans, I'm talking to myself at times. And when I asked some of the top players whether speaking different languages impacted on their style of play and the move d3 has been played, one of the grandmasters told me, in fact, they never ever thought with language at all. It was just simply a case of chess and the moves literally playing themselves out like Beth Harmon did in the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah. Well, I think we've briefly already touched this topic, like in the previous broadcast. I think it's very important to do sometimes what you are doing, to try to put in words, right? Certain plans, ideas, like to highlight, because it like let you not make mistakes. Avoid making certain mistakes, because like if you talk to yourself about like the importance of development in the opening, right? If you are confronted with an unknown, to you, some theoretical line, but okay, I don't know this line, but what do I need to do in the opening? I need to develop pieces, fight for the center castle, and it might help. Those small reminders might be very, very helpful. And that's why it's so important, because like lines, if you start counting like all those moves and lines and complicated variations, you might just, get lost. And those words may actually guide you in those complications.
Yeah. And talking about lines and getting lost, we do see quite a few moves being played. The king has gotten itself to safety. The rook on f1 has been activated, so to speak. And there we see Lei Tingjie setting up this little center of c3, d3, and e4. And lots of plans on the board. Perhaps she wants to play d4. Perhaps she wants to expand on the queen side with b4, a4. That's a very trendy idea. And, well, that idea of b4 has now been put to bed.
Exactly. Now, there are
A5
many small things happening. Like, for example, we saw Lei taking a deep, quite a long, relatively long thing after knight f6. The reason behind that was, I checked very briefly, but it seems that Ju Wenjun always, played bishop c5 at her previous games. Knight f6 is something new, probably prepared for this championship, and it avoids certain lines with c3, d4 in the Italian. So Lei kind of contemplated for some time. She played d3. After that, like, the game transposed to the Italian. So if she prepared at home this quiet Italian, nothing like new for her. And yeah, for the moment, we can say that Black opted for this d6, a5 line. It's like already quite a big direction, because there are other ways for Black to meet the Italians. They can try to play a very aggressive and sharp d5 line, so castle on d5. After d6, White can opt for something connected with bishop g5, also quite a sharp line. And after c3, a5 is another step that kind of defining the situation and indicates the Black's plan and Black's ideas here, because a5 indeed, as you mentioned, stops at least b4, kind of makes it harder to play b4 for White, but at the same time it weakens the b5 square quite a lot, and we might see White's bishop or White's knight get there to b5 for later on. And, well, I expect to see a very interesting theoretical battle in this line.
I certainly do as well. And I was just checking out, because now Lei Tingjie has taken a pause, and so I was going to check the openings and see how popular a5 is. And it is not the first choice by any means in a6,
it's
as you mentioned, castles,
popular.
bishop b6. But a5, just 185 games. When you consider that, this opening has been played thousands and thousands of times
for centuries.
I do not exaggerate. Exactly, has very, very strong pedigree. a5, I remember it being popular when I decided to play e4, e5, and this was around about 2008, because this was the kind of scheme that I hatched up. And no, I didn't hatch up. That's completely incorrect. I decided to adopt this approach as well. And the whole idea is that a5, as you kind of stop White from ceding space, but at the same time, you can drop the bishop to a7, which can be important. And now White has, I'm just taking a look at the opening database. White has many things that they can do. They can also play, just going to pull up the analysis board of a4. That is one plan. Just cement that b5 square. And still, Black's position has a lot of flexibility, lots of plans available to Black. And another approach that White can take is if I go back instead of a4. And you can go knight bd2, which is very normal. I have to say, I have to confess, rather than say, is that I've always struggled with this type of opening, because I feel that neither White nor Black have too much space, and it's so many minor pieces on the board. Okay, and we see a different approach, just as I was going to say knight bd2, but I'm pretty sure that knight bd2 will make an impression, and still, again, very flexible. And let's go back to the game.
Bishop b3 is played. It's quite an interesting approach. I don't remember seeing this move very often, but I know that sometimes I do retreat the bishop to b3 just to prepare for bishop e6 to be able to retreat this bishop further away, either to a4 or to c2. But yeah, more like regular moves that we see in this position is definitely the ones that you mentioned: a4, knight b2 d2, rook e1, and only later on white starts moving this bishop. But again, it might all transpose to similar positions, and the fact that Lei is taking her time, even though I'm sure they've prepared some plan against this a5 Italian, because Ju Wenjun had already played this line before with a5. It just, there are so many moves orders, moves transitions, and like small details that you really feel like, taking this time and kind of recalling everything and rechecking, because this Italian game theory expanded so much in the last a quarter of a century, just because of the fact that because of the Berlin defense, actually. When the Berlin started to appear in every second game after e4, e5, I started to look for other ways around. And I remember when I was growing and somebody was playing the Italian, it just was considered to be a drawish line, and we were referring to this person who played the Italian that he or she just tries to make a draw, just play bishop c4, then rook e1, bishop e3, kind of exchange these bishops, and black do the same, or rook e8, bishop e6, and that's it. But now it's a different story. If somebody plays the Italian game, it doesn't mean they're trying to make a draw.
It certainly doesn't mean that at all. And what we're going to see instead is that, actually, I did see in the chat that Senorita was giving us a heads up that this line of bishop b3 has been recommended by Anish Giri in his chessable course.
Right.
And as far as I know, this chessable course is hot new information. And there we see castles. So Lei Tingjie, I wonder whether she's caught Ju Wenjun unawares. And there we see black castle.
Mm-hmm.
And what is Lei Tingjie going to follow up with? Is it going to be a4? I mean, she still has that flexibility where she can play anything. She can develop, she can go a4, she can also go knight d2 and wait for that decision to happen. She can also go for your rook e1, bishop e3 plan that you mentioned. And also, I also wonder whether bishop g5 is going to be in the air. I always have a preference for securing squares, so I think I would go a4.
Right.
And get control over b5 and smile a little bit. But that's all I can do.
It's funny because I looked at the last games, I checked the last games of this move order, and I see Fan Lei Tingjie gave from Women's Speed Chess Championship on chess.com back in 2021. So Lei actually plays this line with both colors now. So that just indicates that she might really, feel the ideas and.
Well, yeah. Also, it could mean that she was uncomfortable, right, in the game with the black pieces. So definitely experience from both sides will help. And rook e1 on the board. And I always was really confused by this whole opening in general. But one of the things that confused me a lot was this idea of rook e1. When to play it? Should you prepare it with h3? Should you just go immediately and then put your rook in e2 if the knight comes out to g4? And there was so many possibilities. And someone did give me a tip as to how you can assess the Italian games, because again, it's very, very tense. They said, look at the power of the bishops. And often this bishop on b3 will be a fantastic piece, maybe 15 moves down the line. After you've done all the maneuvers, after you've broken through with d4 or black has gone d5, it will all hinge on the power of the light squared bishop. And yeah, we will see what happens. Rook e1, what will black play? Will black play knight out to g4? H6.
Yeah, again, there are
Rook
different ways and moves, I believe, for black here, including bishop a7 or bishop e6, or preparing it with rook e8. But yeah, you're right that when you play rook e1 or rook e8, you always, without including h3 or h6, you have to consider this knight g4, knight g5 option. And in general, as I understand it, it's better to avoid playing h3 or h6, but sometimes you just can't, because if you play rook e1 and there is a possibility of playing knight g4, the moves that you should consider when making this move without this h3 inclusion. Sometimes it's kind of here white already has to protect the pawn on f2. Of course, white doesn't want to get back to f1. Yeah, usually white plays rook e2. And here there are different moves like king h8, h3, even f5 ideas exist, but not in this position, because I don't think it works here. But still, I mean, there is a line that I play with black.
But actually it exists in this position.
In this position as well. Okay.
In this position, I'm seeing that it exists, that the computer does not laugh after f5.
That's good. Then we should check it out. No, because it's a very nice idea, and I've tried it in my own games in a little bit like slightly different situation, but still, I mean, those ideas can be pretty unpleasant, and same can be said for like black. If black uncarefully, I mean, plays rook e8 and knight g5 and f4 connected with f4 might happen. And
just to kind of expand, the whole idea of f5 is that after f takes g5, if the knight takes a careless point, g3 is coming in, and it's going to be backed up by queen h4, and there's too much pressure on f2, which means that knight g5 is possible, but g3 is still incredibly dangerous for black. So that is the concrete idea behind playing f5. And let's go back to the board. And big decision. Is she going to play knight g4? Is she going to do rook e8, as Alexandra highlighted?
Yeah, that's why basically white usually plays h3, just to play it safe, just not to consider those knight g4 or even bishop g4 ideas, and then get back to rook e1, knight g2, knight f1, knight g3, and preparing d4 plan. And yeah, it's weird when, I mean, white plays the d3 and it's quite Italian. The same can be said about black. It doesn't mean they're not thinking about d4. They actually dream of making d4 at the right point, but just because of the fact that they didn't have a chance to play d4 in the opening, because of those concrete lines and variations, they played this quiet move, protected this pawn on e4 for the moment, but still they want, now to regroup the pieces to protect this e4 square, and then at the end, play this d4 breakthrough. So that's basically the plan for both colors. For white, for black, they're similar.
Yeah, they are very similar. Yeah, I completely. It's very risky for white to play d4 because, as you highlighted, white can't maintain the tension in the center for too long because it just gets chipped away. The bishop will come out to g4. And at some point, white will have to either take on e5, which isn't ideal if you're not ready for it, or go d5, which again isn't that great. So that's why white, as Alexandra highlighted, moves that knight all the way to g3. And then, and this is, I remember one of my very first trainer. I had my very first trainer at the age of 27. Can you believe?
Wow.
He was really good.
Right. Well, better late than never, right?
Right. And then he used to say to me, it's all about catching black on the wrong foot.
Mm-hmm.
And I always like that expression, you are playing for d4 every single opportunity, but you got to do it when black isn't ready for it or is least expecting it. So we'll see. And Ju Wenjun, where's with Lei Tingjie, we've seen something very concrete from her. Where she can take the most forcing route, she will. So if it were Lei Tingjie to play right now, I would expect knight g4, I would expect f5,
Right.
and I would expect fireworks. Ju Wenjun has kind of taken a less risky approach. We've seen her kind of put her energies into the end game portion.
But
So
yeah,
where she can, she chooses something stable. But yeah, sorry.
no. But I was just saying that here, this whole idea with knight g4, rook e2, and then king h8 might be too slow because of the fact that white can play d4 after king h8, and not
Okay.
because of h3.
So let's just highlight this. So if you go king h8, there might be something concrete. Yeah, there is. Oh, how unfortunate. d4 and bishop a7, bishop b6. Who knows? I never know where to put the bishop.
Yeah,
Again,
nobody does, right?
It's one of those decisions that come back to bite you 20 moves down the line. And if you're frustrated like me with this type of opening, avoid it. I say switch to d4. Then you get your closed positions with more straightforwardness. And there we see that, yeah, and of course, h3 is coming and there is no f5 on the board. But, okay, decision time.
Yeah,
for
so
Ju
she
Wenjun,
retreated the bishop, apparently, to a7.
Bishop a7, yeah.
Okay, one of the many possibilities for black, and why not? After all, maybe now, after bishop a7, black can, consider or even really want to play knight g4. So white has to do something about that.
Yeah. Okay. And that actually is the reason why, according to this database, white has predominantly played h3.
Exactly.
Knight g4 is an idea, so should be prevented. And also, something that I really wanted to stress about Lei Tingjie is that she's been exceptionally well prepared. I think barring game 2, when she played into that Tarash, she's been blitzing out the moves. Often she's had more time than when she started with. And now here we see her take a small pause again. So this is somewhat untoward from Lei Tingjie.
But again, because this Italian game, it's so complicated in terms, there are so many options for both colors on every single move, like bishop a7, rook e8, bishop e6, h6, knight e7. There are so many plans, and you have to kind of find yourself recalling all those nuances every single move, and the position changes slightly. I mean, at some point h3 is important to make. It's in a slightly different situation you should avoid it. And I don't know what, again, her team prepared for this a5 setup. We're gonna see what direction she's gonna pick a little bit later on. But we also have to understand that since she started with bishop c4 and after knight f6, there was some kind of a long thought. There might be a possibility that they prepared something different after bishop c4, bishop c5, like with c3, d4 moves, and knight f6 came as a surprise because Ju Wenjun had never played it before. All those kind of
That
possible,
was,
right?
I think you're right, because Lei Tingjie, when she's in her opening preparation, the speed of her moves tell us very clearly she knows what she's doing. And here we see her hesitating. h3 is a very natural move, but like you say, if you're not familiar with the position, you could be thinking about other things as well, Knight bd2, you're also contemplating all of the plans that black has, how you're going to react to them. It's such a tense game. And I also remember the times when you referenced that everyone used to say, the Italian game boring. And I remember I remember we used to all play the Italian game because somehow or other, when it came to the English women team, we were all playing the same openings. I don't know how this happened, but it did.
Very convenient.
And none of us had the same. I mean, I didn't have a trainer. I mean, I think it was just the kind of sharing of ideas that, I didn't have an opening. And so they would say, why don't you play this? And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, fine. And I remember someone suggested this. And I was like, okay. And
let's give it a try.
It even fell under the category of the Italian. I laugh at this now, and something that John Erms called, he's an English grandmaster, called the boil in the bag. And when he said to me, you want a boil in the bag? And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. And he goes, ready in 5 minutes. And I was like, ah. And it was this Italian game that he kind of talks about. Just do this, this, and this. Easy position, equal position. Maybe you can be slightly better at some points, but done. You won't be in trouble.
Right, yeah. A dream come true scenario, right, of an opening preparation. We all want to get ready in 5 minutes.
Can you imagine that these days? I mean, ready in 5 minutes.
No, it used to be like this. A trainer just showing us a few ideas, basic plans, and that's it. You go and play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone, and Lei Tingjie just thinking about her move. And obviously, Lei Tingjie, she is striving to become the 18th Women's World Champion, but you are the 12th Women's World Champion. So I would love to know, what was it like when you suddenly realized that moment that you were now Women's Champion?
Yeah, it was a little bit different at the time when I became a world champion, because we didn't play those long matches. The whole system, was changing all the time, starting from 2000 or 1999, where FIDE first introduces knockout events, and suddenly this world champion title was within the reach, I would say, because it used to be a 3-year circuit to be able to get a chance to play a world championship match. Then it switched to once every 2 years knockout events, and then FIDE started alternating knockout events and matches, and at the end knockout events started to be called World Cups, and from actually 2021, and a world champion crown in both women and, we say men, but it's the overall, right, world champion crown now can again be only won in a world championship match. And when in 2008 I became a world champion, it was a knockout event. So it was a little bit different. The final match consisted only of 4 games, and it was the final part of a very long tournament. And of course, I was happy anyway. But actually, I think I was even happier in 2021 when I won this 2021 World Cup, and because.
And there we do see H3 on the board. But going back to your time as a Women's World Championship, and actually, you've played in actually many types of the tournaments, Women's World Cup knockouts. I mean, talk us through the preparation involved. I mean, what's it like? Because obviously success doesn't happen from nowhere.
Right, but it's it's not just a one tournament preparation. You are preparing for this kind of success, for this kind of victories your whole life, and I think every tournament, every game matters in that case. And since I've mentioned that I won this title in a world champ in a knockout event, it's not the same kind of preparation as a preparation this ladies did for this world championship title, because even preparing for a candidates match last year, I did so much preparation, and of course I lost the match anyway, but I was just imagining how hard it is to prepare for a long 12 game match. It's very, very hard.
But so you mentioned that you were preparing. Can you talk us through like what you did? I mean, would it obviously involve some physical exercise? Like how
Yes,
many hours per
always.
day? I mean, what kind was it? Always just was the focus on just openings, or are you kind of sharpening the tools and tactics, end games?
Yeah,
Uh,
always you
yeah.
prefer kind of mm, focus on every single part that
Hmm.
you think is important. Of course, the openings nowadays, unfortunately, like you need to spend a lot of time on them. Just basically preparing for every single opening that might happen and trying to refresh your opening knowledge about some lines that might not even happen in this upcoming match, but still you need to at least I feel that way, that you need to be prepared for every single opening, every single line. So it's already quite a huge amount of work, but of course you cannot neglect working on your tactical skills and refreshing some endgame positions, and of course physical preparation is also important. So basically, it's like not a 24-hour job, because I feel that I used to be able to work much more when I was younger. Like 10 hours a day was a peanut for me, but now it's not really the case. So like I get tired. Um, a lot easier, but still it's not less than 8 hours a day, and it's never enough, you feel that it's never enough, and you really, at least I feel that you need to work more and more and more, and it's a never ending story, because there are so many lines and
Hmm.
nuances and ideas that you want to prepare, and
Yeah.
just
And
it's a
you
constant
said
work.
8 hours a day. That's like a almost that's basically a full-time job.
Yeah, of course.
So
Yeah,
how
of
do you
course.
maintain the focus? I mean, are you talking about like studying with a trainer, or is a lot of the work done by yourself alone? How do you keep your enthusiasm for the game alive? Because I have a confession to make. I'm going to link it back to myself, but as soon as you put me alone on a board, I get very tired. It's suddenly a
Unfortunately,
lot
yeah,
of
that's the
energy.
case. For me, it's the same story, and I think actually that's the main difference between women and men, and the overall rating gap. That comes because of this fact that in general, women, they just can't work on their own. I mean, it's so much harder for them for different reasons. But when we talk to men, they just basically spend 24 hours sitting at the computer analyzing and all those lines, and it's just the way it is. So when I prepare for an important event, of course I either try to talk my husband into those preparations, so he's there, kind of forcing me to work. We're like working, discussing lines together, or he's even
Yeah.
putting me some problems to solve, but still it's so much easier in a way than trying to work on my own, because if I like on my own, it happens pretty often, but still I spend so much time and energy just putting myself into work, that it's so much easier to find someone to work with. And yes, if I prepare for a very important event, I try to find person, a grandmaster, somebody who will be with me and who will be like helping me and working together along with me. It just
Yeah.
will be so much easier.
Yeah, it will be a lot easier. I agree with you completely. I definitely think that having a sparring partner, having a social network that plays chess will definitely make chess so much more fun. And I'm relieved to hear as well that the same difficulties and struggles I faced when I'm working alone. Suddenly the pieces become very heavy, and suddenly my brain is
Right.
also getting it onto its a monkey mind and thinking about other things. That is still something that affects us all. And in the meantime, we are there in the playing hall alongside Lei Tingjie, the challenger. She's playing white, and Ju Wenjun has just developed her bishop and challenged Lei Tingjie. So big think for Lei Tingjie ahead. Does she swap off? Does she not? And All that is happening in the beautiful city of Shanghai. Check out that skyline. It's a city steeped in culture, history, and also the birthplace of Chinese cinema. It is a beautiful place, exciting place. And with that, we are gonna head off into a break, and we will see you shortly in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, one for sure is interviewing the Holocaust survivor in 1956, French women's chess champion Isabelle Choco. Started out as a podcast for Ladies' Night in the Grid, and it turned out that I got a chance to travel to Paris and actually meet Isabelle herself. That's a little piece that's going to be coming out on chess.com soon. That was just magical. I mean, I'm Jewish, and seeing the rise of anti-Semitism is really disturbing. And to be able to talk to somebody who was almost slaughtered in one of the worst atrocities of all time, but is still living 80 years later, and really not just living, but thriving, like providing so much inspiration to everyone around the world. I mean, it's a magical moment. Like, this is like one of the reasons why we play chess and why we create art, for moments like that. So I feel really lucky to have met Isabelle and thankful for that. Also, another moment that really stands out for me was when Yuda Polgar visited my US Chess Girls Club. We had hundreds of girls there from all over the world. In fact, we had girls from Kenya, we had girls from, obviously the United States, from Colombia, and we also had adult women there as well. So it was a huge turnout, and Judith was just so charming and brilliant in her answers. In particular, I noticed that a lot of girls asked her similar questions on a variation of like, what do you do if your confidence is shattered? What do you do if you lose a few games in a row? If you're scared, if you don't know what to do? And it's funny because Judith's reply was so striking to me, because she was just like, oh man, these questions are tough for me because I've always been so confident. And she did manage to reply, but it was interesting to me to see that was a bit of a struggle for her, because she has always had that confidence that she was great. She hasn't suffered from imposter syndrome. And I think that's a big secret to her success, and just a reminder of how important confidence is to becoming the best chess player that you can be.
Welcome back. I hope you're refreshed and re-energized after that short break. And we are back in the wonderful city of Shanghai there on the waterfront. There we see the historical buildings, and it's there, right in the center, where the center of the chess action is happening between these two players, Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun, reigning three-time women's world champion. And as they face off against each other in Ju Wenjun's home city, well, let's dive back into the action. Because just before the break, we did see that Lei Tingjie did have a choice. Should she trade light square bishops? Should she refuse that and maintain the tension? And true to Lei Tingjie's active style, she says, you know what? There is not going to be any trade for me. I'm going to keep those bishops on the board. And the bishop has found itself on c2. Now, it does look like this isn't the best square for the bishop, but mark my words, something will happen with it. 10 moves to 15 moves down the line. And white is still gearing up for that well-timed d4 break.
Right, and black is now considering the d5 move. Well, there is a possibility to play d5. You never know whether you want it to happen on the board or not, but you can consider this move, and you should. I think, of course, you can play h6 to make some kind of waiting move, but then it's white's turn, and Lei might consider, h6 is on the board, and it's Lei's turn to consider whether she wants to play d4, because now she can, right? Her e4 pawn is protected, her bishop on c2, and the rook on e1, they guard this pawn, and after playing d4, she threatens to play d5 with a fork, and it's a big decision. And as I mentioned before, you never know whether you really want to play d4 or not. Maybe you can still, develop your pieces, or play a4, the move you mentioned, or knight d2 or knight a3. It's a tough choice, but we can try to analyze what might happen after d4.
Yeah, d4 is the kind of Lei Tingjie's signature, right? It's direct, it's forcing. Mm-hmm. So let's have a look. Okay, black can respond by capturing that pawn. Mm-hmm. As that, I think there's been one game in the database, because as you mentioned, d5 has happened. Mm-hmm. There's been a few games.
There are still games.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And as the e4, e5 player, would you be capturing on d4, or would you perhaps move? No, you can't move the knight.
You can't really. I don't. Yeah.
Because this pawn on e5 will hang. So this means that you have to capture on d4. Mm-hmm. And now, big decision. Capture the knight. Mm-hmm. Yes, go for it. Knight takes. And now you're hitting at the knight on c6 and the knight on e6. And how does black respond to a move like this?
Well, I mean, of course, you can take on d4, but it's always scary, right? Letting those pawns. It should be something concrete after c takes d4, something like d5.
Yeah, but remember d5. I remember I said about this bishop on c2 becoming a monster, and just like that, it happened, because I can just see a scenario like the knight jumps into e4, which is kind of what you want to do. You don't want to be heading backwards and allowing this bishop to sit on its dream diagonal. I would just, without even thinking, play knight c3. Get rid of this.
It looks very nice. So it seems that after knight takes d4, black has to make d5 move, which is far from obvious, and it's not really the moves that you consider because of the bishop on e6 hanging. But in that case, after d5, if white captures on e6, f takes e6, the bishop on a7 and the rook on f8 suddenly start to work together towards this f2 pawn, and that might hold the position. Although, again, it's so far from obvious, it's not really usual sequences of the moves that you see after d4.
Yes, must admit, I would be very reluctant after knight takes d4 to even play d5. I would be playing, I'm such a chicken. I would play bishop d7.
Right.
and go, no, sir, I do not want to ruin my pawn structure. Yeah.
Well,
No,
that's
but
fair enough.
I agree with
yes.
you.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But
But
I
let's.
agree with you. After f takes e6, this is going to be uncomfortable. So uncomfortable that I feel that bishop e3 has to be played.
Not just after bishop e7, bishop d7,
Okay.
probably white has time to develop bishop e3, knight d2,
Yeah.
like bishop e3, rook e8, knight d2, protecting the pawn on e4. And just in time, to bring all her pieces into action.
That's right. That is, and yeah, white does have a nice space advantage, and the bishop on c2, it's always poised to activate itself. So, and whereas the bishop on d7, it's not well placed at all. So it really does work out what this grandmaster told me. It's all to do with the potential and the power of the light squared bishops, even though it doesn't look like that yet.
Yet, but we know it might, say the decisive word later on in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And we also should consider taking a capturing on d4 with the pawn. C takes d4.
Okay. Again, that one, to me, this one looks less good, only for the reason that, and I'm okay. So when I was an e4, e5 player, I used to play a lot these kind of e5 structures. And did I see correctly? We're analyzing this move. We're thinking that Lei Tingjie will go for the most direct response. We're figuring out her style. And sure enough, it is on the board. Okay, so d4. And let's dive into the analysis. Like c takes d4. And this one didn't appeal to me so much because what I was going to say was that in the advanced French structures,
right,
you really want this bishop on the c2 to h7 diagonal. It's the perfect attacking piece. And so the move that I always faced was like knight b4. And if you have to go bishop b3 or you lose this wonderful attacker, then I feel like white is fine. There's nothing objectively wrong with it. But
knight to b4. Yeah. I mean, sounds very reasonable, but why didn't I even consider this move? What if I just move my bishop away to a4?
Yeah. I didn't think about that. I was thinking about bishop b3. I was keeping that. Oh, is there something? I see the evaluation bar go down. So, but maybe now you can do the d5. Now that you can stick a knight on e4.
Yeah, I checked out. The computer just grabs the pawn on a2. The move that we wouldn't. Just bishop a2. Just say, girls, there is a pawn hanging. What are you talking about? Okay, well.
That engines. Is...
All right. So.
Okay, no, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking d5 and then knight to e4 and then just live a little bit. But okay, so grab that pawn. Yeah, of course. When the computer shines a light, then it shines a light very clearly. So, okay, but we do...
Probably after knight b4, I do need to just develop, to say, okay, you kind of get this bishop, but you spend so much time, so I can play knight c3, knight takes c2, queen takes c2, and try to prove that my beautiful pawn center and the time that you spent for getting this bishop might pose certain problems to black.
Yes, there's going to be problems, particularly with this light square bishop, actually, because, I mean, I'm a big fan of connecting the rooks. Where I can, I would want to step forward with a queen I don't want to go to queen e7 because it's in the eye line of the e1 rook. And I don't want to go to d7 because, d5 might be a problem, although what are we seeing?
Knight takes d4. She captured with
knight takes d4. Okay, so that was all just hearsay. She did go knight takes pawn, and again, decision time for Ju. Best move, according to the engine, is to strike in the center.
Yeah, but it's so hard. I mean, somehow, unless you know this idea, like to play d5, well, you know that d5 breakthrough is important, right? So you always have to consider this move if you have a chance. But again, somehow it's psychologically difficult right now because your bishop on e6 is kind of can be captured by the knight, and you might just start worrying about this bishop being captured, and you might get this feeling of retreating it to
Yeah.
d7, as you mentioned, or just to try to keep it on the board. But yes, sometimes, often actually, the time factor is a very important factor in chess. And here we see that white is undeveloped, right? Still, the knight is on b1, the bishop on c1, although it stays pretty. It's a nice bishop. You don't have to really develop it because it's already kind of developed. But still, those pieces, they kind of indicate that something, I mean, might go wrong for white. And it might be this time where black has to be active and to push in the center.
Yeah, there is that indication. And also, the first move you would assess is, I think, bishop d7. Like, I mean, it is a passive move. And once you start assessing this type of position, rook e8, knight b d2, we pull up the analysis board, and then we see that white is in time. But what it will be white's plan, and I mean, how pleasant is it apart from optically looking great?
Well, it depends on.
She has
Black's
played
moves.
bishop d7, so we are
that's-
actually going to see it.
Yeah, we might. Actually, it's a good news, I think, for white, because well, Lei gets all the time she needs to finish development, right? To bring those pieces into play, to play bishop e3, knight e2. Maybe nothing, terrible for black happening just yet, but the position starts to be quite passive because of the fact that I was thinking that after bishop e3, rook e8, knight e2, we still need to understand what is going to happen after d5. Because if in that position, I mean, black is able to play d5, it might, as well, like solve all black's problems. But it seems that it's not as good.
Yeah. It looks good, but at the same time, there is an opening up of the light squares, and I get very excited when I see this.
Right. Promised.
And immediately,
yes.
Exactly, and the aggressive commentator player in me, he was like, "Oh, well, how will happen if there's a sacrifice?" What other moves are there? I mean,
we don't have to sacrifice. We can just capture on c6. Knight takes c6.
Okay.
Bishop takes c6. Well, or a pawn. It doesn't matter. Then bishop takes a7, rook takes a7. The rook is badly placed on a7, by the way. And then e5. And it seems that white is just ahead.
Totally right. I mean,
unless knight e4 works. Because after knight d7, I think white can be happy with the position. Knight e4, it doesn't. Okay, I capture. D takes e4. Yeah, and you see the rook on a7, the h7 square. I mean, after queen takes d1, rook takes d1, there is no rook e5. Or is it? There is.
No, there's not.
Bishop h7, sorry. Yeah, some tactics sometimes helps.
Yeah. So just to show that out onto the board, this would be... Oh, hang on a second.
No. Immediately rook h7, bishop h7. Yeah, I was thinking about rook d8.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bishop h7, of course. That one puts it in the back of the net. Yeah. Bishop h7 nets the exchange. The rook on e5 will fall off. So good. Yeah, you can't do that. And bishop a7. So no, if you can't jump also with your knight to e4, so after e5, then you have to go backwards, and it's this problem of this bishop again. This bishop is so powerful. And
and here knight
you
f3
also
or
have that
even
extra,
f4. Yeah, bishop e3 is played.
Bishop e3, very natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to push pawns. You will come to understand me by the end of our commentary. I want to push pawns. I want to go knight f3. I want my queen to come out. A simple caveman
Yeah, who
chess.
doesn't? I mean, of course. Why not? Such a nice plan.
Yeah, definitely. This looks great for white. So bishop e3 on the board.
So in other words, I don't think we would see d5. So rook e8, knight d2 after bishop e3 probably are going to happen.
Go back.
And then, yeah, something like knight e7. Black might try. I don't know what else we can. But
Knight e5. Can you get there via knight e5? Just
But-
because.
Yeah, even here I'm considering playing f4. After knight e5, I'm gonna play f4 for sure.
Yeah, okay. Why do I need to encourage you to have
Yes.
as much space as possible? Okay, so there's nothing.
Knight to
no
g6.
tactical. No, you have to go back.
And here white has to decide what to do with all those pawns and pieces. Well, queen f3 might be also the move to consider, right? Just to bring
Yeah.
your queen a little bit closer, just to...
Connect the rooks.
Then
That's
rook
my big point in
d1
life. Rook d1.
and all
and
those
black-
useful moves.
Yeah, I mean, white is by no means winning, but for sure, white has a very comfortable position. It's not easy for black to connect the rooks, find a purpose for this light squared bishop. Yeah, knight e5 was not my finest moment, so let's put that back. So, but after knight e7, isn't this still the plan? f4?
Yeah, I think so. Looks like a nice plan. Queen f3, rook d1. Why not bring everything to the center? White should be very happy with the outcome of the opening. So she managed to play d4 to get all the space she wanted, and black played a little bit too passively, I believe.
Okay. Well, let's refresh. Okay, so maybe you can't go rook e8. Maybe rook e8 is one step.
But what else?
Just too
I mean,
slow. I was thinking maybe now is the time to go knight e5, or knight e7.
95 or 97, I would still, I think, play knight d2. I think my next move, white's next move, is knight d2 in most of the cases. Unless you play
What
d5.
about d5 now? Now that
But it
process of
doesn't
elimination.
change a lot. No, if I capture on c6, capture on a7, and play e5, I don't think that the situation... No, I capture on a7 as well.
Oh, you captured.
First.
Yeah, sorry.
Because otherwise bishop...
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, sorry. Bishop a7.
instead of a5. Because the rook on a7, generally if white can capture on a7, bringing, like forcing the rook to go on a7, it's like an extra tempo, because the rook will eventually need to get back to a8, right? And e5 here. And here actually after knight d7 I can immediately play queen d3, your favorite.
That is true. Setting up this battery to target checkmate on h7. Yeah, that's and you obviously don't want to be going g6 because suddenly it's a little bit breezy around the black king. So okay, so d5. Going back to the position that d5 isn't the right time to break out. Okay. So knight e5, you'll just meet that with knight d2. So that's another idea that I had. And now I need that move to do something. I don't know what though.
And again, probably the computer like kind of suggests all the c5, moves, but they look so like unbelievably too. I mean, c5, look at this move, like closing your bishop and...
Well, you can
Okay.
only, in my experience, you can only go c5 if you're going to back that up with a very quick d5.
Yes, exactly, yes, and otherwise it just so hard to believe that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, who
And
knows?
is that happening? So knight f3. Doesn't look like d5 is coming.
d5 is not coming, but
Although-
maybe just capture on f3 and then play bishop c6.
Yeah, that's
Still
why I was
hard to
considering
believe.
queen takes. Yeah, so knight takes. This is the whole point, and then pressure on e4, and then you will back that up with d5. You don't want to be saddling yourself with his backward pawn, because backward pawns unfortunately have marks on their backs. And there we saw Lei Tingjie for the first time. Actually, she's got up and she strolled, and then she returned to the board, because normally these two have been very present.
Yes,
They've,
compared
sat
to
at the board,
Nepo Dink,
looked-
right, match.
Exactly. I mean, they've only gotten up to perhaps grab something to eat and to have a sip of water, and then they're straight back in their chairs. And the first time I've seen Lei Tingjie just pace around. So that indicates to me she's very happy with the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact that these players spend so much time at the table, even when their opponents are thinking. It also might be an indication of how calm they are, because usually the fact that you cannot, sit in your place while your opponent is thinking, and you try to release this pressure by walking or by moving as far away as from this playing table as possible. Just it's because of the tensions that you cannot handle, and if they're able to sit there.
Exactly. Then I just saw a comment in chat, because the one day I missed the opening is the one day there's a chair clear advantage. I thought it was a chair advantage.
Right, chairs are also different. Yeah.
They're completely different. Chair advantage. Yeah, because we were talking about that in Nepo Ding. But yeah, that chair has a good advantage over the other chair. And there we see players locked in thought. And white does, I wouldn't say clear advantage is necessarily accurate. Comfortable position and an easier position to play. And that is the goal when it comes to getting an opening advantage. You just want to be able to make those moves at tempo, by hand, and let your opponent have to spend a lot of time figuring out a comfortable way to neutralize. And in this position, it's not going to be easy at all. Bishop e3.
Right. So it seems that, white made certain moves that, nothing special, right? This bishop b3, bishop c2 plan is quite usual. Rook e1, h3. She did not play knight b to d2. And black, also seemed to made some regular moves like a5, bishop a7, h6, bishop e6, but somehow all those moves at this exact moment didn't seem to work. And why? And what was needed to be done instead, it's another question. And again, there are so many plans and move orders for both colors that it's very hard to say straight away. But considering, again, maybe bishop e6 was a nice move, but after d4, black had to react differently, very concretely, and certainly not by retreating the bishop to d7, because at that case we start wondering why, at the first place, black played bishop e6.
Yeah. So, like you've highlighted, after d4, it was around about this point where Ju needed to spend a bit more time looking at more aggressive moves. Like one thing that we saw was d5. But this move is so unnatural in the sense that it does allow knight takes bishop. I must admit, when you suggested it, I was like, have I got the right position in my head or on the board? And knight takes bishop was, it wasn't It was okay, but it did, of course, liberate the rook and the bishop. But as the current position stands, Lei Tingjie, she has comfortable advantage. Hang on, the bishop's in a3, and now we are waiting for Ju to find a good approach.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's very hard to find a plan now for a black. Because again, most of the plans that in the Italian, they do somehow connect with this d5 breakthrough. Like all the things that black and white actually do, it's somehow connected with this breakthrough in the center. So all those knight e7, knight g6 maneuvering, preparing d5, and well, rook e8 usually, and bishop e6 prepares this light squared bishop's exchange. But white prepared for that, right? That's why she played bishop b3 very early in the game, to be ready to retreat her bishop to c2 after bishop e6. So probably considering the fact that white already kind of had prepared for this bishop e6 plan, it might have been better for black to switch to some other plans. And again, that shows how flexible this Italian game is. There are so many nuances. Depending on the move order, on the slide, the whole. Plans. If you prepare, for example, one plan connected with bishop e6, it doesn't work all the time. It really depends on the situation, on the move order, whether white played rook e1 with h3 or without h3. Should you consider this knight g4 or you shall not? Many questions every single move that you have when facing this opening with both colors, actually, with white, with black, and that's what makes this opening so popular nowadays. It seems so, when you switch on the engine, it shows equality all the time. It's equal. But how to hold this equality, and it's another question.
So talking about the engine, we're struggling as humans to come up with an idea for black to hold a comfortable equality. So we were even kind of saying that maybe rook e8 is too slow, that maybe you need to do something with the knight whilst the knight stands on b1. And we showed knight e5 and knight d2 and then c5. So this is a radical way to break the balance in the position, and then back that up with bishop c6. And is this really the only way to fight, by doing something that is not standard?
Well, I'm not sure it works very well here. Hard to say, because c5 is such a serious commitment, right? It weakens opponent d6. It closes the bishop, and unless, as you said, you back it up with like the immediate d5 or bishop c6 d5, it just doesn't seem to be a good idea, because the structure after this move is so terribly weakened. So if it's the only move, as you say, it might be a very a sign of a very serious trouble for black. Maybe it's not that bad. The position is not that bad yet. Maybe you can still just retreat your knight to g6. Okay, we want it to be on g6 for some reason. Knight d2. Let's play knight g6, and let's wait for white's next move, because if she plays f4, it kind of weakens this diagonal g1 a7, right? And in that case, c5 might win in some lines and might become stronger. And it's still not the only move, I suppose, but it's just not clear to me what else to do. If you're, instead of c5, if you're making such some kind of a waiting
move. But just to back up, the idea of c5 is once the knight retreats to, we'll put it on f3 just to say, the idea is to strike out with d5 or bishop c6 first.
Yeah. You retreated to f3, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like playing bishop c6 first.
Yeah, bishop c6 first makes a lot of sense.
And you see the knight on g6, it doesn't let white bishop to go to f2 for the moment. Kind of restricts its movement, and
Yeah.
I do consider moves such as f5 here. Still try to kick this knight away. I don't usually like this kind of pawn's moves because they don't keep my pawn chain flexible, right? They kind of
I also
exactly. And the
don't like
bishop on
them.
c2. But who knows? Maybe I can start something very, very concrete on the king side already. Because if the knight, for example, gets to e7, I already have all those ideas connected with knight h2, knight g4, trying to get to the king.
Yeah, so knight h2, knight g4. Also, who knows, g4 might also be.
Yes, yes.
And who does not like a pawn storm?
Or even
love
bishop
them.
f2, bishop h4 here, because I said that
Yeah.
I cannot make
Yes,
this move
yes,
with the
yes.
knight on g6, but here it looks very nice already.
Uh-huh. So still even that kind of position is incredibly sharp. So
what I
e5.
want to say is that it might still be holdable for black. It might not be that bad according to the computer evaluation, but like every one more inaccuracy might just give white a huge advantage from now on, because it seemed that, okay, black always had a choice, right? She could have played that or this or something else, but here it doesn't feel that anymore. It feels that the importance, like the value of moves, changed significantly after black gave so much space to white.
Yeah. And we're expecting knight d2 to be played. It's very natural. Is Lei Tingjie thinking about something else? The fact that she hasn't responded
f4 immediately.
tempo.
Why not playing
Yeah.
f4 immediately, right? Because the knight on
And
d2,
that is
okay,
her
we develop
style.
it, but
Knight
also
c4.
it covers the queen. Because with the knight on b1, the queen can get immediately to d3. And, well, she might consider it. I don't know. Here it's something very, very concrete and probably connected with this pawn sacrifice. Maybe playing e5, maybe bishop f2. I'm not sure.
Bishop f2.
Yeah, just giving up this pawn on b2 and hoping.
Oh, hang on a second. This knight could be trapped, right?
It can.
So it's a queen e2. You need to
black
get it
still has some time, no, to get it
because
out.
after bishop b3, you get it out by a4. That's annoying.
That's
Good
some
old-fashioned
tension.
power. Yeah, definitely some tension. But
hard to play for black anyway. c5 with knight f3 with this knight on b2. I wouldn't want to be in Drew's
no, I
shoes
wouldn't
now.
want to. But on the other hand, I feel like the other position is so comfortable for white. There's no
Exactly.
need to engage in the complications. And
Yeah, that's a difficult choice when you have a good position. And you might see like a very strong even, but complicated move. And you also have a possibility to go for something like solid and calm, but also pretty, like looking pretty good for you. And you always hesitate between those two. And sometimes, okay, you make a choice to go in one direction, right, to take a solid move, and then you don't win this game, or you even lose, and you say, I should have gone to this more complicated line. But there is another game where you go to this complicated line and you kind of make a mistake in calculation, and you still lose or make a draw or whatever. The result is not good, and you say, why I didn't, play it safe. So you never know. You never know what is the best option. The best option is the one that brings you the best result, and sometimes it just doesn't.
I think when it comes to that kind of philosophy, I think you do need to zoom out and look at the bigger picture, and perhaps compile those statistics and say, okay, overall, if I played it safe, would it give me a bigger result in the long run, rather than if I had just gone in for those complicated positions. And also you have to, because this will also determine your style, because there's a lot of people that I know that kind of consider themselves aggressive players. They're like, yeah, I don't like these boring openings, because I'm so aggressive. And then you look at the way that they play and you're like, literally, there's not an aggressive move that you played ever. And so you should navigate to the kind of to those kind of closed, safer positions. And I do think statistics will be really useful here, and this is where perhaps AI.
That's the ongoing, never-ending, discussion where we lead with my husband, because he tries to prove that if I play it safe, I will, just in longer run, I will get more points, because when I get to those complications, they can backfire and I can lose. I lose more. Like, again, if we just count the points, and I say, but you feel like, you have this desire to go forward. And unfortunately,
no, I have
a lot.
I have to say, I know a lot of grandmasters very similar to your grandmaster, your husband, who's also a very strong grandmaster, and they always say to me, "Look at the price of a mistake. If the price of a mistake is super high, and it's not that comfortable for you, it's not that overwhelmingly winning." And if you're looking at a mistake where it's boring, or a position where it's boring, and the price of a mistake isn't that much, then you should steer to those type of positions. But we will see. It's a big decision again for Lei Tingjie. She's not playing the most natural move, and is she considering to kick back that knight, or will she take the more positional approach, which is simply to complete her development and then initiate active operations? Well, I'm going to leave you all on a cliffhanger, because it's the perfect time to take a quick break. And there we see that once again, all the action is going to be happening in Shanghai Game 5. And we will see you in a few minutes. This is break time.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop d5 with mate.
No way!
It has to give it mate! You voted mate!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! 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 we're just waiting on Lei's choice here.
Oh no! She didn't play that!
Kudos to Lei Tingjie for a really, really impressive performance.
Lei Tingjie has won this match. Huge congratulations. What a performance. Great games.
And that's it!
Resignation!
That's it!
Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals. Congratulations to Lei Tingjie and her supporters.
Welcome back, everyone. And we are there in Shanghai as the reigning three-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun plays with the Black Pieces for the last time in Shanghai against her talent challenger, Lei Tingjie. And we left you with Lei Tingjie, well, deep in thought as she considered her prospects. And in the end, she took the most natural choice. And I have to say, very quickly, Ju Wenjun responded, and the atmosphere must be intense right now. And there we can see on the camera Ju Wenjun had in her hands, thinking deeply, because Ju Wenjun has taken a step that she can never undo. She's pushed her pawn forward to attack the knight, and it is going to get critical. As Christina says there in chat, this match is about to explode.
Right, we've all been waiting for this first decisive game, right? We've discussing it, how it might influence the whole flow of the match, because once somebody, one of the players achieved this long-awaited victory, then it might put so much extra pressure onto her opponent, and it might lead to sharper games, to more mistakes, and to all this excitement we've been waiting for.
Yes, as you mentioned, we are waiting for that decisive game, because suddenly the whole dynamic of the match changes, because we can all remember what it was like when Magnus Carlsen faced off against Fabiana Caruana, and the two just kept drawing. And in the end, everything had to be decided by tie breaks. And really, we want the drama of Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, where it was just one lost, the other one lost. Come back galore.
An unbelievable match, but I think so hard to repeat. I don't think we're gonna witness something similar in World Championship matches in the years to come. It just was one of a kind, really.
That was certainly a historic match. And, we did see Ju Wenjun attack the knight, Lei Tingjie, calmly. And I like the way that she placed the knight on f3. She did it and reinforced the square. And a very natural decision there from Lei Tingjie. And the question is, how are you going to back up c5? Because we've looked at this move before. I don't think we were entirely serious, but somehow or other, the players, we seem to be channeling the players. I'm not sure that's entirely.
Today it works better, than the days before. Probably we just kind of get used to their styles, and we're now guessing the moves more accurately than, because in the first two games we were not really good in predicting their moves, while here, every single one we've discussed before.
We have discussed this before. And, c5 is a committal move, because after all, it does make this bishop on a7, as we've highlighted. Let me just get rid of that arrow. It makes this bishop on a7 bad, and at the same time, it gives black a backward d pawn. And, of course, backward pawns have targets on their back. So white's dream is simply to exchange a few pieces and then just start controlling the square in front of this backward pawn. That's the d5 square. And then once you do that, you just simply pile up and attack it. That was a prescription that was advocated by Nimzovich moons and moons ago. And what Ju Wenjun, she has to take active measures. And we were looking at moves like bishop c6 in order to try, after knight takes knight, bishop c6, try to get d5. It's also possible that she could she even think about going b5? I mean, that's a very maximalist move. I see that being suggested by the computer. I don't think I would play b5.
Yeah, it looks very, very dangerous, but it does, take under control the c4 square.
Mm-hmm.
And still, when you play b5, you kind of expect white to play a4 at some point, right? And because this pawn on b5 is so easily can get under attack, because the a5 and c5 pawns are already gone also forward, and you start wondering whether you really need this kind of move to happen. Because if you capture on a4, play b4, same knight takes e5, knight c4 possibilities are in the air, and white can try them on.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Maybe you shouldn't allow a4 and then go all alpha 0. So if you go not b5, but instead a4.
Yes.
But really, this is sophisticated chess, because,
right.
Who can, with a good conscience, ignore the bad possibilities of d6? I'm not sure about playing a4. I think.
But what happens if I capture on e5 and play knight c4 anyway? Because basically, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether capturing on e4 after a4, yes, whether it's really like a good plan for white, because I improve black's structure, it seems, right, by capturing it. The pawn from d6 goes away, and
still there's also this kind of issue as well. So no.
Wait, queen c7.
Well, hang on,
bishop a4, there is always b5, so queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7. Yes, and also the pawn on e4 is hanging, so queen c7.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I was saying. It's not so clear to me whether white actually gained a lot because of this capture on e5. And
yeah, and going. So I agree with that, because b5 is actually coming next, and white doesn't have a serious home for this knight. Knight need posts. They need anchored square. So, for instance, d5 is an anchored square because it's protected by the pawn on e4. Definitely.
I can play knight d6, but it just seems so slow, and it doesn't seem.
Yeah, I feel like rook comes to d8. One rook.
Exactly. That's why I was thinking about actually playing queen to d6, but it felt. I thought that I just instead of knight d6, queen to d6, with the idea that if black captures, then I capture with a knight and I attack the pawn on b7. But I don't really understand. Bishop to c6. Does white still have any advantage left, or I kind of exchanged everything away?
Well, you're allowed c4 though, right?
c4, yes, that's exactly the move that I consider now.
Yeah, so I was thinking instead of bishop c6, maybe you can go b5 just to.
Yes, fair enough.
Grab space.
Yes, maybe, and if I play c4 anyway.
Yeah.
It always double-edged though, because I also give away the d4 square, but your knight is still quite free from it. Black has to play b4, no?
Yeah, has to play b4. And a3 pawn chain is coming your way. I don't know who this benefits, to be honest with you. I like black's position just because I feel like a pawn on a3 is going to be very scary.
Right.
But then again, there's swings and roundabouts, as we say in the UK. The bishop on a7 is defending a c5 pawn. It's not great. And it's just going to be about who can maneuver their knight into the center in a more powerful way. So that one is very double-edged. So maybe the solution is not, as you've indicated, to capture on e5. Maybe the solution is, and
what is
this
it
unfortunately fails to this. And black steals the b2 pawn, right?
Yeah, very far away. But wait, can't we just take on e5 first? Did you play?
Okay, you want to take?
And then take on...
Yeah. And then
take on a4. Why didn't I consider just taking?
Yeah.
I don't know. I often don't consider simple moves, so that's my drawback.
Yeah, this is very simple. This looks also quite good. I just wondered, where is... I'm just a pawn down.
So maybe a4 is too brave after all, right?
A4 is too brave. A2 just loses material. So yeah, that's is not going to happen. So knight f no. So let's go back to the position. Knight 4 to f3. Ooh,
what to
decision time for Ju Wenjun, and she's burning her time. She's now down to 47 minutes, and we're just 15 moves into the game. And just to remind everyone of the time control, the players did get 90 minutes to make 40 moves. And then once they've passed their move 40, they do get this bonus time of 30 minutes. And remember, they also get bonus time from move 1 of 30 seconds per move.
Right.
So not quite serious time pressure, but you feel like, considering we're just out of the opening and the critical stage is yet to come, then Ju Wenjun has to make a decision quickly.
Yeah, half of the time is gone already. And 25 moves are still to go. And well, we expect that the middle game would be a more complicated part than the opening, right? Somehow I always get this feeling because, we have some opening preparation. We spend so much time nowadays analyzing openings, while middle games are so much more complicated. But for some reason, it's not always the case. Sometimes mistakes or inaccuracies that you make in the opening kind of so costly that middle games are too late to think about already at this point.
Yeah.
But still, generally speaking, usually there are 3 stages of a chess game, and each of them shall not be easier to play than the previous one. So.
And there we see bishop c6 played. This was, according to our feeling, the most natural move. Just to put the pressure on the e4 point. And I think it's just irresistible, right? You want to break out with a d5. You want to be able to get rid of your weaknesses. Bishop c6. And there, I always just look at the evaluation bar. And the evaluation bar is like creeping up in white's favor. So what can white play?
Just knight takes e5 and a4, the moves that we discussed, kind of...
as easy as that.
Well,
yes,
stopping a4. Not knight c4, but a4 first. Maybe knight c4, by the way, is great as well. But I was just, too lazy to calculate all those knight e4, bishop e4 moves.
I agree. You got to be practical. This is where you save minutes on your clock, and
exactly.
You just go
a4.
A4, and you have this square on b5, and one of my friends, he went up from being a 2100 all the way to being a 2350, and he did it within the space of a year. Wow. And we asked him, how did this happen? Because it wasn't like he was young either. And he had a job and everything. And he said, well, actually, he started looking after his squares. So he treated squares like money. And so he would say, well, I'm going to be careful about conceding control, in this case, the b5 square. So by not looking after those things, and there we are going to.
Yeah.
Well, Alexandra. Looks like our prediction game is on point, and now we're expecting. I should just refresh to the game continuation.
Well, yes, to rephrase a very famous phrase out of the Russian literature classics, that good moves. It's so easy to make good moves, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like also how Yasser does it. So Yasser, after the players have predicted their moves, he goes, yeah, these guys are good.
Exactly. You see how strong we are. And yes, the players kind of agree with the commentators. Nice job, players. Very proud of you. Yes.
Yeah. And okay, a4, securing control of the b5 square, very natural move. Yeah, we also touched upon knight c4, but then we weren't sure about bishop takes e4.
Well, I was too lazy.
Though,
yeah, you were proposing,
yeah, but
suggesting
that was only
knight
because
c4.
I forgot. I completely forgot about the pawn on e4 being on pre. But having said all that, Lei Tingjie has a very direct, aggressive style, and she will be gearing her mind towards knight c4 and bishop takes e4.
We can have a look, right?
Let's take a deep dive into the mind of Lei Tingjie. So a4, natural, good, nothing wrong.
Yeah, but
knight c4.
The only thing, bishop
takes e4. So this is the only thing.
Of course, white is not really losing this pawn, right? Because she always can take on h6, like bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. She can take on e5. There are many pawns that hanging. So it's not really a sacrifice, but rather a possibility, an exchange that might not be possible. I mean, you don't have to. Again, the position seems to offer this choice, and you can make this choice, just simply out of those pragmatic feelings that you just don't want to let extra possibilities to your opponent.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't feel that inspired by moves like knight takes e5. I feel like that's a bit too helpful. And I'm more, like in this type of position, I would be like drawn to playing a4. But I'm a pawn down and that stresses me out. So I agree.
I mean, you can always take on h6, bishop takes h6, and a4 is played.
A4 plays.
But it's so, again, easy moves that look so natural and good. Why to start even calculating something else?
Exactly. And also, you save time on the clock, and the clock will become very important in the next few moves because it's still Ju Wenjun has not equalized yet. Queen e7, because her bishop, and the reason why she hasn't equalized is because her bishop on a7 is just bad, and she has conceded control over the b5 square. So these are the things that give Lei Tingjie a small advantage. And Lei Tingjie has the flexibility. And now my move is, because I really want to play knight c4, is queen f3, and I want to connect the rooks. Queen f3.
Yes.
Overprotect e4. Maybe you also set up some tactical tricks like bishop takes h6. They don't work right now. But if the queen is on f3, can be a problem because knight f6 is loose. Ooh, so interesting moment. What is Lei Tingjie going to play?
Cool. Queen e2.
Queen e2. Okay.
So what's
this
her
is the
plan?
first time I haven't guessed the move. Queen e2.
Yes.
What's the plan?
Why queen e2 and not queen f3? Because the plan was putting the knight on c4, probably heading somewhere to f5. Seemed so, tempting. Now, actually, the players blitzing out the moves. Queen e2, rook f2, d8, and we'll see what white has in mind. Because she didn't protect the pawn on e4, at least directly. Of course, she always can play knight c4 and having this bishop takes h6 ideas in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it
What else
out.
can she do?
It's yeah. Oh, Queen E2. Is it just to get F3? But it's F3 and Queen.
You want to move this knight away from D2, right?
I really do. I mean, there's an open D line, and I'm just itching to set up a challenge. Even though, if I'm objective about it, I don't need to panic because Black actually doesn't have any entry points. You know, every square is covered. D3, D2, D4, D5. You literally can't go to any of them.
Actually, that's one of also the big difference of the position and why this position is a little bit like White has some advantage because of the fact that the square on D5 cannot be protected by any of Black's pawns.
Yeah.
Same with the B5 square, as you mentioned. While White, because of the fact that the pawn is still on C3, it protects D4 square and B4 is under control. So Black has more weak squares and further advanced pawns that, for the moment, kind of stuck on this Black squares A5, C5, E5. Looks as a
They don't make a great impression, do they? So okay. But the question for Lei Tingjie is how is she going to cover it? How is she going to consolidate?
Yeah, she made this Queen E2 move so fast that I was expecting to see her next move is also happening pretty fast, because usually you kind of connect your moves with a plan, right? If you play Queen E2, usually you have something in mind what's coming next, why you moved your queen to E2. And now she's taken some time to think. So of course she might play F3 and bishop F2 and then knight C4. But you see, I'm trying to get back to this plan of like bringing the knight to C4 and then putting some pressure on A5 and E5, and then maybe even considering playing knight E3 at a certain moment. And
you get rid of the bishop on FDA, put it on hand. Let's just highlight. So say, for instance, you go F3, just to overprotect the E4 pawn, and then, I don't know, just let's pretend rook D7, then this is the idea. Let me protect
rook
that.
F to D1.
Rook F, okay. Let me just head there. Rook E to D1. Okay, she's keeping things flexible. Still no F3.
F3 has its drawbacks because it kind of covers this D1 H5 diagonal. It lets Black play knight H5 at certain moments, and White cannot just want to avoid
weakens your
that.
dark squares. So definitely there are pros and cons to that move. I mean, I'm also thinking, one thing we've been banging on about is the B5 square, so I wonder what her plan is to go bishop D3 and bishop B5 and get the queen in.
Interesting,
Just an idea. Or maybe bishop D3 to go bishop C4. Could that be a plan? But, Ju reacting very quickly with bishop to B8.
She has some plan in mind, right? How to improve her position, probably bringing the bishop to C7, like strengthening her structure on the queen side by playing B6. And, certain positions are about plans, about regrouping your pieces. And it's here you don't really calculate lines, as that's why she plays so fast. We see that Lei is surprised by her opponent's choice. Probably she didn't consider this maneuver of moving the bishop to C7 from A7.
Yeah.
She does make a lot of faces.
She does, doesn't she? She's always very expressive. It's a relief to see someone who wears their heart on their sleeve when they're playing chess. When she's surprised, she lets everyone know, what is that happening? I once played an opponent talking about faces who literally gurned at the board, and every move I played, it was like he was gurning away, just going. Like that. I was like, and the worst was when he sacrificed the queen. Really, it was more out of desperation. But then he kind of like confused me so much with these like weird faces that I was like, I'm not going to take that queen. And then someone wrote about it in a chess column, and they said, shocking lack of confidence from Juvenka. I was like,
those commentators, right? They can be so cruel to the players. Yeah. Yes. But you know why Lei can be surprised, actually? Now I realized why is she so surprised by this move. Because suddenly, after bishop b8, the rooks, just for a moment, the black's rooks, are disconnected. And that gives you an idea of a possibility of playing knight f1, because the back rank suddenly became weaker. And just somehow, because of this fact, knight takes e4 might be, well, not possible, because let's say if black takes on e4, or first they can start by capturing on d1, it doesn't matter. Bishop takes c5, exactly, and the rook on d8 is hanging. Or if rook takes d1, rook takes d1 was already included. Then after queen c5, there is rook d8 and queen e4 check. And again, for a second, like the rooks got disconnected, and that gives like more possibilities, that bring more tactical possibilities in to the position. Yes, and bishop takes c5.
This is. I think I've done something. That was not the move I wanted. I don't know what happened there.
But yeah, that's the right line there as well.
I don't know, queen d8 and then king h7. I looked at it, I was like, there's no queen on the board.
But that's correct. I mean, if the queen goes to d8, why not capture it? Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, queen takes c4 check. And this is going to be game over for black, because king is in trouble, but also the b7 pawn will drop. And nice tactical spot there, Alexandra. So knight f1, but I'm guessing that black is not going to
bishop d7, I suppose. Anyway,
and well, so you say you just go bishop c7.
Yeah, but in that case, at least we managed to bring our knight to g3 to protect this pawn on e4, and maybe nothing terrible still for black, but at least
but it's scary, right?
For the knight.
The knight comes to f5, and then the queen has to take a step back. You can see the situation where, and then the queen comes here. Well, we're getting our plan that we always wanted. The queen comes to f3 eventually, and then you can back this up by.
Yeah, I remember attending some training camp in my childhood, and coaches there promised us kids a cake if we managed to get our knight in this kind of structure to f5 or to f4. So they said to us, remember, the knight on f5 is a cake. So you just need to get there.
Well, if you're giving food as an incentive, I think that one will always stick. Knight on f5 deserves a cake. I like that one. And the knight f1, what a nice idea. That's a great tactical spot, because like you say, like knight comes into f5. Here you feel like black can do whatever they like. Okay, that's not black, sorry, white can do whatever they like in game b3 just to stop the queen coming into a2 or whatever. And then you can just torture your opponent with small little waiting moves.
Right. I still wonder how much of a torture it would be if black just will start, trying to exchange everything on the d file, like rook takes d1, rook takes d1, rook d8. No, that's actually why black kind of transposed her bishop to c7, to be able to Well, to make this bishop play in a way.
Yeah.
So on a7, it was just looking at the c5 pawn, and here help the rook to exchange. Maybe still some ideas such as rook d8, bishop d8, and queen to g3. Who knows?
Yeah,
You know.
I was looking at queen to g3 immediately, but okay, this one is also still. Are you forced to go g6? No, because
Well, the
something's
pawn on
will
h6
hang.
is hanging, right?
Yeah. I remember playing Katerina Lagno, and she just did g6 against me. I remember building something up like this, and she just went g6, and I was like, "You're giving me the pawn on h6," and then I realized that my pawn on e4 was hanging. I was like, clever girl.
But I still can take the invitation and capture on h6. And then after king g7 or h7, I don't know, h7 probably. f8 you wanted to go. Okay, then...
just because it's an endgame. Run to the center.
Probably you're right. Yeah. Still, my move would be queen to f3, back to f3, because I have this square on g4 protected for the knight. And I am about to get there to g4 and start wondering why black gave up the whole pawn.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Although, I was just thinking, what could black do to kind of cause some
queen
problems?
To c4 or something.
Queen to a8. Queen to c4.
Queen e2, maybe even better. Yeah, you're right.
But it does feel like white can do this at liberty. So, for instance, you could set up this whole construction, but get it with b3, for instance. Anyway, well, that's kind of like very deep.
Well, I think I was very imprecise with queen f3. Now I start realizing that queen h4 with the king on h7 might have been, a little bit more unpleasant. So that's why probably the first place king f8 is stronger. But anyway, looks very risky for black.
It definitely looks risky, and this going back to the main position. So this was the idea, this tactical point of knight to f1, transferring the knight to g3, and we were looking at direct goes as well, but it is also possible to get the knight to g3, take some time out with b3 to stop any counterplay on the queen side, and then jump in. And no. Queen c4.
That's not what Lei has in mind. And that's why she probably played queen e2 in the first place. She was getting ready to get her queen to c4, where it protects the pawn on e4, it attacks the pawn on c5, and probably that's why she was surprised to see the bishop on going to b8, because it just gives her time when she gets to c4, right? Because as she attacks the pawn on c5, and if black plays b6 right now, she might have something connected with b4.
Okay, and that looks very spicy. So let's dive in. b6, b4, because I expect Ju Wenjun to react this way. And
bishop d6, probably just protecting this pawn. Again, I mean, it feels... It feels scary, but maybe it's not that bad for black after all. Her position is pretty solid, and this whole plan with white playing on the queen side might not be what the position actually required.
Yeah, but it does feel scary. So instinctively, I'm looking at this, okay, and I don't think white necessarily should rush to trade pawns on c5. You can do that
For me,
at leisure.
this cake offer, that's why it kind of disturbs me when I look at this position. You see how easily kids are influenced. You say one thing about a cake in their childhood, and for the whole lifetime, you try to get your knight to f5, no matter what. Now I look at this position, I see this cake, and I scream for playing knight f1. Yeah,
Knight
I
f1.
scream, right? I scream.
Yeah. Very good, very good. I like the pun.
And my
Ice cream.
daughter liked all this kind of like, here's your milk, here's your shake. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, ice cream and cake.
And cake. Yeah, it's all about sweets, guys. It's all about childhood. That's why I say, why it's so easy to learn certain things when you're a kid. If you like get a very good mentor, right, or a coach, some may say it's not that important, but I just do see how all those things that they help in a way.
They definitely help. Like, that you pick up certain expressions. And so, for instance, like I've heard one of my friends say, he talks about lock and key. If you have the pawn breaks, you have the key to open up the lock that is opening up the line up to the bishop. And I do know that in some countries, traditionally we think of chess as a battle game. We think of it as weapons, etc. But they're trying to move away from that kind of idea, and instead they refer to the chess pieces as animals. So, for instance, the rooks, I know that they're rhinos, so they're just like a stampede across from one side to the other, and it makes a really nice visual image. And I think the king is a giraffe. Slowly doing
Right.
and well, I've noticed that when I use this kind of imagery with kids, it really does help. And even naming the pawns, like I have a philosophy when it comes to naming the pieces. I think it's fair. It should be 50% male, 50% female. So the pawns should have 50%
gender equality.
Exactly. And maybe
but actually, I think all pawns are girls, no?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they will. They want to become queens. How?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
I consider pawns to be girls.
Yeah. So I have that kind of philosophy, like, so half. That's my thing.
Okay.
Half.
Okay.
And she, they, he. That's all about inclusivity. Just
right.
A big fan of that. And I like your idea of knight f1. I think it's very dangerous. Just come with a knight to g3 and knight to f5. And the great thing about Lei's position, and I saw some of the chat saying that they feel that Lei is slightly better, and she is slightly better. And it's all to do with the fact that Lei has this b5 square. She has the potential to open up the position, and she has control of the light squares. And do you remember what I said a long time ago? That this grandmaster told me the key to these Italian games is all to do with light square bishop. Once again, this bishop is a better bishop than the c6 square. And who would have thought it when the bishop was on c2 and looking at its pawn on d3? Somehow, it is.
Yeah. Okay, Ju is about to make her move. Well, I don't think she had a lot of choice, right? Rather, probably choosing between b6 or bishop d6. And now, it's in Lei's turn.
I said so in chat, someone tell Simon that it's now Hannah the h-pawn.
Yes,
Anna
exactly.
the a-pawn. Goodbye, Harry.
Right.
I love this.
We have a revolution going on, yes, here.
And b6 on the board. And then the question, b4. It's such a move in Lei's style, Lei Tingjie style, to go b4, force Ju Wenjun on the defensive.
I ask for knight f1, please.
At some
point. Yes, I'm getting hungrier.
Let them eat cake. No, I will never forget this. And she's actually twiddling a piece.
Yeah.
This is the big fashion right now, that everyone sits there, they grab their opponent's piece that's been captured, and they just twirl it around. And
it helps you. Yeah, sometimes.
I was told that when you master how to do this, because trust me, it takes practice, because I tried to do this during the Olympiad and I just kept dropping the piece.
Right.
And I felt very old, very old-fashioned. I couldn't even manage something so basic. But anyway, they said that the whole point of it is that the tension, rather than be there in your in your brain, in your body. It gets transferred to this piece. So just by doing this, you can just focus yourself on just playing good chess. And I guess you can practice, right? They always talk about visualization. You should practice with certain like body things that say, for instance, Nadal is always bouncing the ball. So, and then this will help you get into that flow state. So,
sometimes I compare it with there are beats, some certain beats that you play with when you pray or something. And with pieces, it's kind of the same. It's some kind of ritual or almost like meditation. Yeah, you put the pressure, you release the pressure by like playing with your pieces while your mind can focus on calculation. And I don't know, I find it quite helpful.
Yeah. So you do it yourself. When did you start adopting this?
Recently. I didn't have this. Just a few years ago. But I just, now.
I can see that. I can see literally you go into a chess tournament hall, like when I was at the
Everyone's
Swiss,
rotating pieces.
Everyone was like rotating the pieces. And I was like, I need to get me in on this game. And then I did, and then I dropped pieces.
But the problem that I sometimes have, because when I rotate, it's all about pawns. They are smallest, right? And you can like switch them and rotate them more easily, because if you grab a bigger piece, a knight or a bishop, they tend to fall away, and that's why I feel very uncomfortable when there are no pawns exchanges, when there are no pawns next to the board. Sometimes there are close positions and I have only like bishops and knights standing next to the board, or no pieces at all. What do you do? In that case, another problem. You should bring an extra pawn to your games. That's what I should consider.
I was just thinking that the arbiters on everyone just needs to kind of say, okay, this is a thing to help everybody, so we're going to put a set of pawns. Did you ever see that clip where I think it's Kramnik against Gelfand? So Gelfand really liked to do this piece spinning thing.
Yes.
But he liked to do it with his own color pawns. He reached over, he grabbed one of Kramnik's captured pawns. And then Kramnik was like, I'm going to do the same.
Right. Now imagine like a player approaching another board where there were already some exchanges, these exchanges had already happened, and you just approach this board and say, do you mind if I borrow your exchange piece? I'm sorry, may I? Mm-hmm.
And even better if you steal it from them without telling them. And then they want to do the piece swirling, and you're like, oh no, you can't.
Right, yeah.
Oh, this is the way to fight. If you have any enemies in chess, I recommend steal their pieces and dwell with them. Okay, that's so bad. We're not encouraging anyone to
steal anything. Right.
Just having fun. And b4 on the board, as we predicted.
Why does she keep the knight on d2? Okay, now after bishop d6, it's going to be her last chance. Come on.
Yeah, it is going to be her last chance. But I think with the bishop on d6 is much more attractive to put the knight on a f. Well, it was attractive to begin with, but even more attractive to put it on f5.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think after bishop d6, we're going to see knight f1 and let them eat cake. As I now discovered, a knight on f5 gets cake.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, for the moment, the pawn on c5 is under attack. And of course, you can protect it by playing knight d7, but it looks weird, right?
I mean, it looks totally weird, but we haven't seen an immediate response from Ju Wenjun, because bishop d6 looks natural. But then again, one of the things we have seen throughout these games so far is that both sides, they tend to use their time very wisely and not make committal moves too early. But I mean, could she really seriously be considering knight d7? For me, it's a no. Bishop D6.
See,
is
sometimes
the only thing I think.
it's an interesting. Now I said it looks weird, and then I tried to find an explanation why actually she just captured the pawn on b4. Oh, and played bishop d6. But what about? I see
Well, now
the
B5 is
but
way more attractive, right? Because
a5, all the games with a5, and even just capturing on c5, and having this advanced pawn on the a file might be
okay,
very
wait 1
important.
second. Big moment here. So A5 could be possible.
But b5, there is b5 still, so
B5 as well is way more attractive now.
no, I mean if you play a5 with white, black still holds the
B5.
position by playing b5, and then playing c4 after queen c3, right? And they're doing fine. So a5 is not possible straight away. Yeah, b5 is
B5
very,
first.
very tempting, because after bishop b7, if we can somehow bring the knight to c4 at some point, and she does play b5, I believe, very fast, very convincingly, and bishop b7, and now the plan can be to bring the knight to c3. Somehow I still want to move it away from d2, and or to c4. The only problem is that how to bring it to c4 and still have knight d7. Okay, bishop d7. Okay, we start. Something went wrong. We start to guess.
But bishop d7 again. Okay, her answer must. She's playing this in order to meet knight c4 with maybe some bishop takes c4. I was thinking knight c4 just because it's such a beautiful square, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But a5.
But the queen is still there, and with the bishop on b7, it was quite hard to move the queen away and still have this pawn protected twice, right, on a4. While after bishop d7, now I can simply play queen to c3, preparing this square for c4, the c4 square, and also having an eye on a5, because if black plays bishop e6 after queen c3, which, it feels as they need to do, to take the c4 square under control, then at certain moments, like a5 might become an interesting idea.
It certainly is an interesting idea, and it looks like if we go back to the analysis position, it looks like Lei Tingjie now has a clear upper hand. And wow, I wasn't expecting this. We'll see what happens. But now is the perfect time to mention the most elite tournament in bullet chess returns. You do not want to miss the 4th ever Bullet Chess Championship, featuring the most formidable lineup the event has ever seen. For the first time, Magnus Carlsen joins the fray, where reigning champ Hikaru Nakamura and 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja await. 16 of the greatest names in speed chess will enter the arena to fight for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. It all kicks off on July 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific. Use !BCC in chat for all the details. Exciting chess, and we'll be right back after this break with more coverage of the 2023 FIDE Women's World Chess Championship.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us.
All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey. I'll be Wyatt.
Wyatt.
Yeah, because I need all the advantage I can get.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
You said you barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation. Take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing, I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game. Thanks for playing. Good game. Thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
China, the world's oldest civilization, was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Xijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Ju Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it! Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Ju Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Ju's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the 500,000 euro prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the glamorous historical city of Shanghai. It is, in fact, Ju Wenjun's home city. She is reigning three-time women's world champion, and she is defending her title against the challenger Lei Tingjie. And right now, as we return to the playing hall, we can see Lei Tingjie deep in thought, and that is because she has, for the first time in this match, a clear positional advantage.
Yes, yes, she has.
Wow.
During
the break, we were discussing this game, and we were discussing the outcome and Ju Wenjun's last moves. She's kind of taken two what we would call dubious decisions. First of all, capturing, if we were to go back just to this moment on move 21, where Ju Wenjun played b4, and perhaps it was a sign of Ju Wenjun being nervous, but somehow or other she released the tension just way too quickly by capturing those pawns. And after bishop d6, reinforcing defense of c5, well, does allow Lei Tingjie to play the move b5 and to secure this potentially dangerous pawn break of a4, a5. And now bishop d7 allows Ju Wenjun just immediately to plot in a knight to c4, and she does that on the GPS, bishop e6, and now decision time for Lei Tingjie. Will she put a knight to c4, or will she continue to build her position even further? What do you think, Alexandra?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking how much of a difference, this exchanges makes. For example, if you put the pawn back to a5, the black pawn, and the white pawn on c3, like the same position, but it is, according to the engines, it was pretty, well, maybe not equal, but it was giving just a slight advantage to white. While here,
this position,
bishop d6 was a possibility, right? And imagine after bishop d6, white also had a possibility to play b5. But still, first of all, black, I think, had to keep the bishop on the long diagonal. Here they had to play bishop b7 anyway, just to keep an eye on this e4 pawn, because bishop d7 here was also possible. But again, probably it's still safer because white doesn't have this plan with a5.
Exactly. That's the thing. It just feels more solid, right?
Right.
Because there's no destabilizing pawn breaks in the air, and there's no chance that this pawn on b5 is ever going to become a passed pawn. And somehow, if we were to flip to the game position after bishop e6, well, okay, knight, oops, let me not play that move. I just wanted to randomly click a move. Knight can come to c4, but what I wanted to say is that a5, you create a passed pawn with b6, you still have control over the d line, and white's pieces are still fantastically placed.
Yes, the position seemed to be more open in a way because of this a5 possibility, and it just gives white more opportunities. Knight c4, the move you mentioned. Also, a5 is always, here and possible, and it's for white to decide at what point she wants to make this breakthrough. And all that, again, bishop d7, bishop e6 maneuvers that Ju Wenjun just made seemed to be inaccurate because of the fact that white was able to move her queen back to c3, and her knight can jump to c4 straight away. a5 is a possibility, knight c4 is a possibility. Of course, she can always try to improve her position a little bit more, but now I think we're at the point that it's really hard to find those useful moves, and it's probably time to move ahead.
I'm really drawn to just going knight c4. I think Ju Wenjun really needs to level up here in this type of position and just use the principle of the most resistance. that Ding Liren was talking about. Says, okay, if there's no immediate win for my opponent, I just need to make it difficult for them, move by move.
But let's check it out how to do that, because if black just captures, yes, queen takes c4,
and I say thank you for the light squares and the joy they're bringing. The bishop b3 is coming your way. Maybe actually the most correct move is not to take on c4, but maybe to do this. But then I'm thinking your idea of, hang on, a5.
I can take on e5. Screaming, knight takes e5. Just simply, I think I will grab this pawn.
Oh, yeah. How did I not spot that one as a pawn grabber? I feel ashamed. I was so focused on a5 because that's what we've been talking about for such a long time. Like grab the pawn.
So that it might be not possible at all, and it might mean that black is almost obliged to capture on c4.
Okay.
But in that case, yes, as you indicated, the bishop is coming to b3 after queen c4, and it looks pretty unpleasant. But yeah, let's have a look. Like bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, and then let's say bishop to c7, right? Something like that. Yeah. And I would play bishop to b3, probably. And my idea is like if you capture on d1, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and you try to exchange everything by playing rook d8, then this position is a very good example of why with the pawn on a5, the position would be probably very close to a draw, or very solid for black and very hard to break through. While here just collapses. I just gonna take on d8,
right?
Yeah, rook takes d8. Queen takes d8 is not possible due to queen takes f7. And if bishop takes d8, yeah, the pawn is hanging, unfortunately. And if bishop takes, a5, and here we go. Those positions, they sometimes, they do collapse as a house of cards. You cannot ignore the pawn on a5. I believe because of a6. For example, if you play knight to d7, something like this, I would simply push the pawn forward.
And the queen is coming round. Okay, the players making their moves quickly. And we do see a trade as, we've predicted everything so far. But now Ju Wenjun has revealed to us her defensive master plan, which was to go knight e8.
Yeah, she probably tries to put her knight, to transfer her knight onto d6, where it's gonna, or to e6 maybe, knight e7, knight e6 even, yeah. Well, on e6 it's going to shield the pawn on f7, but the d5 square is not going to be protected, right? While on d6 there are some other drawbacks with the knight being on d6, so it's not ideal, but probably the most stubborn way to hold, because as we indicated, bishop c7 and trying to exchange those rooks plan, it just doesn't work because of the a5 breakthrough.
Yeah. No, it's a simple, did not work, and that is good news for white. And I do quite like this nice move, knight e8. Knight, I couldn't make up my mind which one now, to put a knight on d6 or to put my knight
That's
on
a problem
d6.
When you have a choice, but probably knight c7, knight
c7, knight e7.
Yes,
exactly. At least you can pretend that on d4 it's going to be active.
Yeah. Well, but okay, I have my my moves to make. Bishop b3 is definitely the move to make.
Grab those light squares.
Yeah,
knight
put
c7.
the pressure onto f7. Knight c7, yeah, and here, since the knight is heading to e6, I can try to shuffle my pieces a little bit. I can play... now I see that if I play queen c3, for example, right, and if you play knight e6, then you might have these ideas with knight d4, for example, after bishop d5. Black can suddenly, get to d4.
You can't grab that rook because, that one is going to punish you.
Right, and the
you're not gonna sleep
position
well after that one.
doesn't look so desperate anymore. So it's like gives an indication. It just says that probably, since we were saying that white is like pressing so hard and pushing, they have to do something else. But this 97, 96, 94 maneuver does look very nice for black.
Yeah. It certainly does. And so now I'm just thinking, how will white improve? And I guess
she can transfer her queen to g4 as well. But I'm not sure if it's helpful, but we can give it a try. Like queen e2, 96, queen g4. I'm not sure what's next, but let's say queen f6 and then bishop d5. Just not to get under attack, not to give black this tempo with 94, and still try to break through somewhere. But again, rook a7, for example, right? Or something like that. What's next?
Yeah. Well, I'm itching to get a5 in. I'm gonna. I don't know why I haven't done any calculation whatsoever, but it's the first.
Sometimes it's better this way, Sometimes it's better this way. Just if you really want to make a move, or just make it. Yeah, well, black has to take, right? Or, well, bishop c7, a6, I just don't believe in letting white's pawn to a6. So black...
And also, with this really nice idea of going queen to g4, you've piled up on the e6 square, so it's also tempting for me to go bishop takes e6 and double your pawns, and then I would go a6. And so that's my protected pass pawn there, 2 squares away from queening. I think you'll find it's a little bit annoying.
Yes, it is.
The British way of understatement, we do that quite often. We say it's a little bit annoying. Really means it's very, very, very bad. And okay, so bishop c7. Okay, so this is not good, but yeah, I mean, these are the ideas that are very much at play. And after knight e8, I think bishop b3 is the most natural move. I mean, someone's asking, could we also play a5? Also possible.
Yeah, why not? Again, why not? And because if the black takes.
Yeah, definitely. You take it, but somehow or other you kind of either want to go b6. Do I want to go
b6? Yeah, stopping this knight transfer. And
that's prophylaxis for you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most important idea after a5.
Wow.
So it's not about creating a pass pawn, but about the fact that this pass pawn, this pawn on b6, stops the knight on e8. Okay, and after queen b7, what do we do next?
Rook b1. I can't decide which one. You see, you look after that square, so it's all good. Sorry, oops. The a4 square is what I wanted to highlight. You've got control over that, so nothing will fall. And after moves like rook a6, what happens if black just piles up?
Oh, she did play bishop to b3, although
Okay.
a5 was a very interesting possibility, but again, you see, it required just a longer thought, more calculation, and kind of certain degree of risk, because you do sacrifice pawn maybe temporarily, of course, but you're still playing a pawn down with a pawn down, and it might worry you for. And I just realized when we were discussing this that Lei has just 20 minutes, right? So she starts to get lower in time.
Yeah. That's quite funny, actually, because when I last checked the clocks, which was admittedly quite a while ago, it was Ju Wenjun who was the one who was struggling for time. So I guess Ju has that in her favor. She is playing the moves relatively quickly. Her plan is pretty straightforward. Put a knight onto e6. And I'm really loving your idea of going queen e2 here.
But after our chat, like our spectator just mentioned a5 b6 idea, I loved it so much that
I liked it too as well. It was like full board control, right?
Yeah, b6 stopping the knight on e8. I don't know, somehow, I was not a big fan. I was not even considering this a5, but as soon as it was suggested and I saw this pawn on b6 stopping the knight on e8, somehow it was so powerful that I liked it very much. I mean, here the position is still, of course, in white's favor, but it feels a little bit safer for black because at least she has her knight on c7 already, not on e8, right? It's heading to e6 and maybe with some luck to d4. And her next moves are so easy to make, while after a5, she would have been faced with this concrete, questions, what to do. And very interesting idea.
And I was just also considering, like, if not queen e2, what else are you going to do? Otherwise, black gets their happy plan, knight e6, knight to d4. But then again, dropping the queen back, psychologically, it's a common known weakness. I know that humans don't tend to consider backward queen moves. And then to suddenly switch round the g4 square, attack h6. That's some nifty maneuvering going on there. So queen e2, I like. What are the moves? I mean, you could for instance to step the queen back, maybe not to e2. And I was also wondering what will happen, for instance, if you just say the knight is going to come to e6, so therefore I'm going to trade it off, and then put a rook on d5.
Yeah, maybe.
So say again, for instance, queen c2. Not the most ambitious, but trying to control everything. Knight e6.
But maybe to c3 then. If you are to exchange this knight, at least keep the queen to c3, so you have a5 straight away, right? Queen to c3, knight e6, bishop takes a6, and then
a5. Yeah. And I know they say no risk, no reward, but here there's something.
Yeah, it looks nice. It also looks pretty easygoing. And again, because when I saw the knight on d4, I didn't like white's position, so why not stop it? Yeah, she played queen to c2.
Okay. Queen to c2. Yeah, maybe not this one. Maybe this one is a
still knight e6, bishop takes e6, queen takes e6, rook d5 we can consider. I mean, we always have this a5 in mind. We don't have to play it straight away because there is no way actually black can stop it. So
and also if you ever just pull up the analysis board and just dive right in, because this position is fascinating. After knight e6, you can also throw in this move. I don't know whether this is well worth the...
And then capture an e6, just in case.
And then capture an e6.
All right. I see many useful moves, and why not make them all,
but then again, I feel like this helps because then black can double up on the A line. So probably not the best choice. But queen c2 on the board.
Okay.
And knight e6.
Yeah, we can try to evaluate this whole line with a knight e6, bishop e6, queen e6, and then rook d5.
Yeah.
And then black trying to exchange all the rooks on the d file. How do we evaluate this endgame? I mean, bishop c7, this queen and bishop.
Sorry, bishop e7.
Rook d1.
Bishop c7, yeah.
It doesn't matter, I think. Rook d1. It might matter only if I decide to play a5, right? But for the moment, I just want to see what is this position about. Is white pressing?
Maybe now you can go a5.
Immediately, and then after rook takes c5,
you say It's the quality, not the quantity that counts.
Okay. And well, a7 is still not a queen, but very close to it. I mean, I imagine you playing a7 and I put my queen onto a8. You play queen a4, and your queen. Then you have this queen a6, bishop c5, and b6 probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Devastating idea. So
we have to show this one. That's very, very nice. a6. And so
well,
you do
let's play e4.
I don't know.
e4.
I don't know. To make it a random move.
Whatever. Yeah.
I can't think of a move, but h5. Yeah. Let's just say something completely not relevant.
Hand the pawn. Right.
And behind the pawn, you get here. You go queen a4, and then queen a8, queen a6, and then the whole idea is that this defensive construction can be broken down simply by bishop takes pawn, and then b6, b7, or you get the queen to the b8 square if black gives up the bishop. So this is nice stuff. So again, this is also looking very comfortable for Lei Tingjie. Queen c2.
Risk-free for sure. Risk-free for sure.
And it's annoying, right? Because in every single move Ju Wenjun will have, until the very end of the game, she'll have to calculate a4, a5. She will have to calculate, should she make certain trades because a5 is looming. And we have a move, knight e6 has made an appearance. And we will see whether Lei Tingjie's idea was just to play calmly with bishop takes knight.
Yes, or whether she wants to keep this bishop on the board and play bishop d5 and then start something else. It's just not that clear after bishop d5 and rook a7, for example, what White's next moves might be.
No, the problem is that say you just make a move like queen c4, whatever, and knight comes into d4, that's going to be a given. And I guess the question is a5. Hang on, I might have played some good moves by accident here. I just suggested queen c4 because a5.
Probably because a5 always will be a good possibility here for White, but yes.
a5 and then...
Still quite unpleasant, right, for black, even though at least the knight on d4 looks great. Because here, probably, yes, my rook a7 move kind of backfires, because if you capture b takes a5, then b6 and...
Still b6 is a problem, and then here, and you feel like this pawn is just going to fall off. And b7 is coming your way. And this bishop on d5. It's not a bishop. It's a beast. So, yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah,
she's gone for bishop d5.
She does.
Maybe she's going to go for this queen. So maybe you have to be, again, accurate here and play rook b8 to stop a pawn from going to b6.
Does it change like the position a lot if I still somehow play a5?
So you want to go?
No, I mean I thought after rook b8, yeah. No, queen c4 then first, rook a to b8, queen c4, and I mean if black plays knight d4, then a5. Still.
You still want to go a5? Oh yeah, because now the rook comes in. Oh well, this is very unpleasant. Rook takes a5, and then this is going to line up here. Rook a7 is coming.
Bishop c7, right? We only need to check. Because there is knight takes b5 if I retreat.
Yeah, that's true. So if you go forward, just because I feel like I have to, either I'm going bishop takes knight or I'm going rook a7. So rook a7 and then knight takes here, and what is my continuation? Bishop takes c5.
Yes, bishop takes c5, queen to e8. Still holding somehow.
And somehow I feel that
there's bishop takes f7. Well, but white loses probably after that. But
bishop takes f7 now.
Yeah, queen takes f7, rook takes d8, and then queen takes b5. But there is rook d1 at the end. And
well, it was nice. It was just
but
the operation was a success. But the
success, but exactly. G3, queen f3, and oops, sorry.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, it's a nice idea in principle, but so bishop d5. Okay. So now I think we feel like black has to be very accurate. Rook a7 is somewhat careless, because it does allow these potential a5s to come with b6, and suddenly white gets a pawn on b7, and that's close to being game over. So rook b8, only move. And if you want to, white could simply go bishop takes knight and go, I'm playing with my speed advantage.
Change my mind, exactly.
Yeah.
I tricked you, right?
Yeah, rook ab8.
I think I was commentating one of the games for the World Championship title, Nepo Dink, with Peter Swidler, and he was sharing some childhood memory story. He was saying that he played with a girl, and this girl something like made a move. Well, let's say something like bishop g4, right, at some point. And I don't remember that, but the reason was that she didn't capture something. And then he thought that she wouldn't, capture it again. But on the next move, she changed her mind. And it felt so unfair to him, because she just retreated her bishop first, but then kind of made another move, like switching back, like changing her mind and ideas. And it felt very, very unfair at that point. He was very disappointed that you can do like this. I mean, you said A and you didn't say B, and you just got back to your plan C. So, yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I do like those moments when you kind of go, oh, I made a mistake. I should have taken that one back. I think there's a famous kind of example with like Garry Kasparov, like he touched a piece and he had to move it. And then the next move, he literally just went, okay, that was a mistake. It wasn't part of my intentions. And then he just took it back to the square. And also, I do know a very funny story. It was in Gibraltar, a chess festival. There was like this partners chess. So the way it works is that you have to have a rating average of X. And normally if you're very, very strong, you have to play with a very, very weak player. And it was before like Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian were like mega famous, like mega superstars. But still, they were the top seeds in the tournament. And they were there playing with these little kids, like literally like 10 years old. And Hikaru and Levon were at the bottom playing against each other. But of course,
poor guys,
like a match for ego, right? And so they were like doing everything possible. They were slamming the clocks. And anyway, these little kids were terrified. And so Hikaru, my friend told me Hikaru played the move. No, it was the kid like quivering, played the move rook a1 to c1. And he like quiveringly like presses the clock. And in the next turn, like Levon and the kid, they make a move. And then in the next turn, Hikaru takes that rook from c1 and puts it on a1, looks at the kid and goes, and he slams the clock.
Poor kids. Yeah, what a pressure.
Yeah. That's I do like these partner chess events. I think that we should do more of them.
Exactly. Yeah. And, team events, for example, should be really team events where the whole teammates play on one board. Imagine like 6 or whatever, you have 4 teammates and you just have one board and you just alternate, so one after another goes. And that means you're going to prepare together, you need to and she does change her mind.
She does change it. Bishop takes knight. And I tell you, my big idea in Olympiads, I think that they should scrap the women's team section, and instead every country should play with one big team, 4 men,
Right.
4 women, and 2 reserves of either gender. And I think that's it. That's how it should be. And the beauty of it is that, you know, it forces countries to actually field women's teams and pay attention, because every point matters. And I also agree with you. I think there should also be substitutions allowed when you play team
It's
events.
true. We have so many chess events, right? Different blitz, rapid, classical, chess 960. I mean, Basque chess, blindfolded. We've played.
Yeah.
I mean, in all of them, but we haven't had a single like really team event. It would be so nice. Okay, maybe 4 and 4 is too much to start with, but maybe like 1 and 1 we can start, or 2 and 2.
Yeah.
And just see how it goes.
I also think just having a substitution, you know, it's like, for instance, there's nothing worse, I guess, as a captain. You're looking at your team and you see that one of your players is winning, and suddenly they're not winning, but then they're a little bit less winning, and then it would be so, and then they've completely got the wrong thread, and it wouldn't be great. Like, as a captain, you go, right, your turn is done. You
Right,
pull them
yeah.
off, you bring in your substitute, and that substitute
Opening
comes in
player,
fresh.
middle game player, and end game player, right? Why not?
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. I think that this is a good, entertaining way forward. And Rook does appear to on d5. This was a very natural continuation, no risk, and white is comfortably better. But the big question is, I guess, is can white break through? I mean, we analyzed this position with the rook on a7, and we saw this idea of a5, which was very strong. So now with the rook on b8, is a5. Do you want to keep flexibility? Bishop e7 on the board, and either white goes rook to d1,
Queen c4 probably.
Queen c4. Yeah, because one of the problems with rook to d1 is that you do potentially allow the trade of all the rooks, and that position with no rooks on the board is going to be a tough nut to crack.
She does make
And
this move.
She does play it. Oh,
Right. Well, she sees it differently, because still, for me, it was all about a5, right? And you were suggesting a5, and it always worked so well. And somehow you don't want to move your rook away from the a file if you were about to play a5. So Lei, it seems she wants to play on the d file for the moment. But again, I wonder whether she gives too much of the time to black. I mean, if Ju can capture now on d5, and if white takes with the rook d5, rook d8, somehow she seems to stabilize her position a little bit. She seems to prepared better for a5. Although even now, when
I'm just wondering
about
if it can happen, right? Like, I mean, this is something that Ju Wenjun needs to consider every opportunity. Is a5 something that is gonna, like, for instance, like this kind of position, you see b6 is coming. Although a4
here
is,
it's fine.
is
I
a4
think
going to
it's
be a decoy?
some counterplay. Maybe it's just too far away for
Do you think we'll see
counterplay.
4 queens on the board?
Yeah.
I think we'll go like a4, b6,
a3, b7, a2, right?
b7, a2, ta-da! And
That's
how
right.
many world championships have we ever had where
With
there's
four
been 4
queens.
queens on the board?
Mm-hmm.
And there will be 4 queens on the board for a long time.
Right.
Well, maybe this will happen. I actually don't know who's better here. Probably. Well, I think obviously white is better. Actually, I lie.
But you know what
White
I
is
was
better.
wondering? I was wondering after rook d8, might white just try to protect the rook by playing queen d3 and capturing on d5 with the queen? How do we evaluate this endgame? Is it like easily hold for a black? Like I capture, and I capture
Okay,
with
capture
equal.
this bishop ending. Yeah.
Probably black just plays bishop to d6, and there is. I was thinking about playing a5 anyway. B takes a5, and then b6, and b7, and bishop takes 5. But
so
the problem is that
A5.
yeah, black also makes moves. That is the only problem. A4.
A4. No, this one is actually B7.
Okay, A3, bishop takes C5. No, I'm just A2 and bishop takes D6. That's
bishop
why.
takes D6,
Okay.
yeah.
Right, and even though you promote with a check, I play king to H2, and my next move is queen, B8 queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unstoppable, as Sia says. Yeah.
But okay.
But that's still dangerous. I mean, even then, I would be reluctant as Ju, if I were playing black, to decide to go into this bishop ending, because you can kind of also see a scenario. Okay, A5 needs to be calculated, but if it's okay, then still the white king is going to come in.
Yeah, but then the
C4,
black king will come to D7 and also kind of
and hold it, and still
help her bishop here to hold the position. Although still, right, A5, bishop takes C5. Yeah, and all those two passed pawns, they kind of protect each other, like by being on B6 and D5. I mean, the only way for the king to attack it is to get to C8 and B7, but then another one moves forward. And
it's a difficult endgame to assess. But definitely. And meanwhile, well, these are the questions running through Ju Wenjun's head. But the Seller rooks have left the board, and now she's taken some time to consider whether she's going to go rook to D8 and allow this A5 idea, or just keep the rook on the board, maybe overprotect C8. I don't know,
rook A8 or something like this.
Yeah, something to cover the A5 square.
Yeah, it feels so desperate in a way to give up the D file, which is the only open file in the position. But on the other hand, as we saw, like rook D8, rook D5 might be just way too bad because of this A5 possibility. And
yeah, like moves like queen D1, and suddenly the rook comes into D7. Looks mighty scary if you ask me, but it might just be optically that black's position is bad, and that it might be, because I can see by the evaluation bar, it's just telling me, look at this, 0.28.
Well, rook A7 probably is the only way to hold the position, because it doesn't feel as black can let white rook to D7, because if it gets to D7, that means that white's queen can get to D5, and so on and so on. But in any case, I think black's task is so unpleasant and so difficult in this game. Lei is pressing, she's playing with no risk. Again, I missed this. I was absent during the previous two games, and for me, I mean, when I am commentating, it feels as Lei is the one pushing and in the match, and it gives me this wrong impression, probably, in a way, because Ju is suffering here.
Yeah, Ju is certainly suffering here, and the clocks are gonna tick down, and there we do see Ju Wenjun deep in thought here. For the first time, she is in serious practical trouble during this World Championship. Will she hold? Or will the challenger Lei Tingjie take the lead in this matchup? More right after this break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hello, and we are going back to Shanghai and its fabulous cityscape and the history behind the waterfront. This is where it is all at because it is the Women's World Championship match 2023, and reigning three-time Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun there in the playing hall. She has a difficult position against challenger Lei Tingjie, and so far there's been 4 games played and it's been deadlock zone. But today it looks like there could be a breakthrough as Lei Tingjie applies the pressure, and as the clock ticks down, only one thing happens. All the players get more stress, and maybe there is the opportunity for mistakes to be made. And we do see decision time for Ju Wenjun. She hasn't quite made a move, but will she trade off rooks, or will she keep those rooks on the board and try to control the A5 square? Big moment here. And Ju Wenjun ticking down to under 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, although there are still 7 moves to go, right, for her till time control. So it's not the time that might worry her at this exact moment, but the position. And yes, you're right. The public awaits the first decisive result so much. We've all been routing
Somehow
for it.
it's not just about the perfect chess, right? The people could play very perfectly, and it's like, oh yeah, you know,
boring,
not exciting. You know, we don't appreciate the beauty. But as soon as there's a result, it could be scrappy, it could be extremely well played. That doesn't matter, and suddenly that's it. The story has changed, and tie breaks may no longer be an option. And well, I kind of expect Ju Wenjun perhaps not to play the rook to d8.
Yeah, and that's why probably she's taking her time, because if you don't exchange, do you play rook a8 or rook c8? You know, like choosing between those small rook moves might be such a difficult task. You try to like understand what is more important, to keep an eye on the a4 pawn or to support your own c5 pawn, although I doubt c4 might be a reasonable idea for black here anytime soon, because it weakens the diagonal, it weakens the pawn on b6. So
yeah, but it's something to dangle over white. You know, you can say you can't get too aggressive there on the queen side, because you always have to worry the fact that the c5 pawn might get motoring. And Ju Wenjun has a huge decision to make. It's there we see her fully focused. It's a big moment for her.
It's not over yet. I mean, she didn't resign yet, right? She hasn't resigned, and those players, like the biggest difference I can see between top class players, like very highly rated players and lower rated players, this tenacious, they're not giving up easily. It's so hard to actually win against them, even if you get a winning position. But that's the biggest difference, because they do, fight till the very last moment. They do try to find like every single possible resource for actually winning a game. It's quite hard.
It totally is hard. And you reminded me of an anecdote by the Norwegian champion and Grandmaster Simen Agdestein. And he was saying that you have to play accurately 15 times. So he used it in the analogy of like clubbing them. You need to club a grandmaster like 15 times, because they always get up, they always find resources, and it's only until the end of the game when you can breathe that sigh of relief that you've actually put it in the bag. And I also remember Jordan van Foreest saying the same thing about Magnus, and that we do see Ju Wenjun concede control of the D line, but instead keep an eye on the A pawn. And Jordan was saying that about Magnus. He was saying that he didn't expect to win until he won, because it's Magnus, and Magnus is always like wriggling out of trouble. And it's incredible the amount of times the grandmasters are tenacious, they're resourceful, they turn around lost positions as well, like there's no tomorrow. And what will Lei Tingjie play? She has 13 and a half minutes.
Yeah, I've heard that it's some former world champion said about if they want to win against me, they need to win, get better like in the opening, win against me basically in the opening, that in the middle game, and then in the end game. So and only then they might win the game.
Exactly.
So it's not enough to get a better position, basically win this theoretical battle, or like get a better position in the middle game. It's still some work to do.
And well, we do see Lei Tingjie quickly rerouting the bishop from e3 to d2. Presumably the bishop will head to c3, where it can eye up the pawn on e5. Still lots of moves available for white. I mean, white can do whatever she likes.
Yes,
and now Lei Tingjie will get revenge for all the last two games where she was forced to fight on to the bitter end. Because she can even go king h2, g3. I don't know.
I will show you the way the computer plays this position with black. I think it's like so inhumanly possible. It's just impossible to find, but who knows? I mean, this engine plan, its plan is to play rook a7.
Okay.
And you say, okay, what is the reason, right? I play bishop c3 anyway. And then it goes queen c8. It just ignores the fact. Yeah, I mean, who cares? Central pawn, you say, And then when white captures, like on e5, it goes queen a8. And it says, I am fine. Completely, totally fine.
Wow.
But we just don't play chess like that. We don't give up the center, right? Just for a possibility to attack a side pawn. I mean, we're just not taught this way.
No, not at all. I mean, that did not enter my radar at all.
It's very hard
to go queen a8, just to give up and lengthen this bishop. No. And to tuck the queen away. I think if that happens, well, Ju is in seriously good shape to be able to play like a computer. So bishop d2, rook a7, and also to find the move rook a7 as well.
You just don't consider, right, such moves.
Right. I mean, I would be thinking about f6, just thinking, well, you want to play bishop c3, it's not going to come with tempo.
right, something like this.
I mean, that's my only point. That was it. So Oh.
But in that case, you weaken your a2 g8 diagonal, and it might become a problem after, for example, queen b3, a5, b6 at some point.
Yeah, queen b3. Then this is kind of like the hope that I had, that the king is a good defender. But still, this is very passive for black.
It is passive, but as long as it doesn't, collapse immediately, it's fine. Because white still need, if she wants to win, she needs to break through at some point. She needs to prepare this a5 breakthrough. And it's always connected with complications, and she needs to be precise.
I was wondering whether we might see, like, for instance, so I was looking at this queen c4 idea, and then just f3, and then this is just me being creative. So, and yeah, so say f6. So I wanted to go queen c4.
And to get with the king to b3, you mean?
Yes, and then trade off queens.
Right.
And so then I was thinking,
nice.
Rook c5 is an idea, so you need to do, and obviously rook to d8 is another idea, so you need to do something about that. So king f7, and then inspired by this king f7 move, I was thinking that the white king could also make that journey to b3.
Yeah, why not? I mean, look at the position now. King f8 is played, so you can start your plan by playing queen c4, then bishop c3, f3, king and then
King f8. Wow. So queen c4 is it? Oh no, bishop c3 happened very
She
quickly.
played bishop c3 immediately. Okay.
f6.
f6.
Only move. There's no rook a7, queen a8 computer stuff here. And what next? Queen b3.
Maybe. Well, then it kind of black is going to play queen f7, king f7, right, protecting the queen on e6. Because rook d8 is already a threat after queen b3.
Yeah.
And then, yes, your plan might work. Still, I like the idea of putting the queen on c4, just not to calculate all those c4 ideas that might be an issue at some point. You never know when.
And the king, woo! And trade off queens at the end of it. Get ready for an endgame. Well,
exactly.
Well, I would love so much if this did happen, but we'll find out.
We'll see. Okay, queen b3, threatening rook d8. So the queen
big threat on the board of winning material. So king steps up, or the queen moves away.
Now, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to make this computer idea work, like calculating queen c8, then rook a7 and queen a8. I mean, some counterplay. I don't know whether white has something after queen c8. How?
Okay, queen c4, just to stop c4 ideas.
Yeah, and then rook a7. You don't know, your king is not on b3, unfortunately. Still.
Not yet.
Not yet. So maybe a5. I mean, for some reason, white is not... White is keeping... She keeps this move. Yeah, and then b6. As soon as the rook gets to a7, we know it... Yeah, and here I can just simply capture on a5,
Yeah, this is a big problem. And, well, white is going to grovel this one until the end of days. So...
Queen to c8 is played, by the way.
Queen c8 on the board.
Queen
and
c4.
Queen c4 quickly played.
Okay, rook a7 doesn't work, but what about queen to c7? Like with the idea to play queen to a7, to attack this one, to attack this pawn. Although even if I attack it, a5 is still possible, right?
Yeah, that's true. So say for instance I pass, I don't know what to play. I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to pass. I'm going to put my king here.
No,
just
king of
to
one.
pass.
King of one. No, wait. King of one. You wanted to get.
Yeah, but
this
well,
looking.
the reason that put me off that one is because you wanted to go queen a7, and so I thought I shouldn't head straight into the lion's den with the king. I was very lucky because you told me your intentions. I think in a normal game I might have gone king f1, and after queen a7 I've gone, oh, of course, that was the plan.
Exactly. What was I thinking about?
Yeah. No, but if I go king h2, if I just make a move and then you go queen a7, is a5.
Oh, well, if you play a5, you want to continue with b6 right after b takes a5. Otherwise, black would put her queen to b6 and then, okay, a4, a3, a2 would know the plan.
Wonder whether f4 is possible, but
yeah, but again, it's something like getting into those complications, start calculating all those lines. Maybe it's still okay. Yeah, and we see our spectators saying, "No way, this ends in a draw." Yeah, it doesn't feel this way yet, but who knows? It's still an endgame is approachable.
I do think that somehow Lei will be slightly disappointed that she's got this position. Somehow, when we rewind back to this big decision on move 23, back to b5, it felt like she was just cruising. And
especially after bishop d7.
Right, after bishop d7, just put the knight, hello, light squares. And then somehow to get this position, yes, white is still much better, but with the exchanges, it does feel that black is closer to the draw.
Although not yet. I mean, after
Not
queen
yet.
c7, what if we just play f4? Let's get crazy. Let's try something active.
Speaking my language, f4. Excellent, excellent. Okay, now, although I'm only like this as a commentator. If I play chess,
well, that's why
I don't
we
think
commentate.
I would play.
That's why
Exactly.
we commentate.
e5 is the idea.
Yes,
Blast
she
it all
didn't
out.
play queen c7, by the way. Probably she was
Okay.
afraid of this crazy stuff happening. She did move her queen closer to her king, queen to e8. What she's trying to say, what she's trying to do.
The first move to calculate is a5.
Yes, but then b takes a5. Maybe that's why b6 she always has this queen c6 still.
So let's put that up on the board. Queen c6 is the big idea. So, yeah, you're not going to hold on to your b6 pawn. So that's probably not a good idea. So no.
Let's try f4 anyway. Let's
After
try and do it. After
f4?
queen e8. Yeah. Why not?
He takes
Yeah.
e5.
then e5. That's not what you're usually supposed to do in your game, but let's just say that white is tired of waiting and shuffling pieces around, and she just wants to break through and just to put an end to this game.
And it is a very reasonable mindset, actually, because you feel like, wow, why not? The time is now. It's, yeah. Very few people have the patience just to build and build and build, make those small little pawn moves. And
well, it's
so if I go
sometimes
here-
when you make this small moves, it feels like your advantage, like slowly slips away. And when you get this feeling, you start to get worried.
Yeah, but it's just a mindset. It really is, because these top players, let me just go back to the position after queen e8. These top players, they consider it building. Meanwhile, sometimes if your personality is go for it now, they consider it, you've got to do something now, otherwise the advantage slips away. I'm in your camp. But they're like, no, keep your opponent confused. You make little moves like g3, king g2, h4. Protect the
Right.
king. Keep your opponent waiting. And you go. Then you're nurturing this idea. And yeah, difficult.
Good for them. Good for them. Yeah. I'm very happy for them.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes if you get this kind of position where you know that you can make all the moves in the world and not spoil it, not let your advantage slip away, then why not? But in some of the cases, you kind of miss one opponent's move, then the other, some kind of a plan, and you feel like you really need to do something.
Mm-hmm. And we have a question from chat. It says, if white is ahead, why doesn't she move into the endgame? And this is actually an interesting question. Would you call this position an endgame or a middle game?
Yeah, that's always hard to say. Well, probably closer to middle game still, because the queens are on the board, and although I see your point, it might be easily called an endgame already, but
yeah. And well, it's been I have to say, in answer to the question though, why doesn't she move into an endgame? Well, it's more to do with black's decisions. Black has retreated the queen to c8, has gone to rook a8. Black hasn't initiated that set of trade because she's been anticipating at every stage, what can she do after a4, a5, which is white's ultimate breakthrough. And ultimately, Ju Wenjun is saying, I believe that I have a fortress that it's not possible for white to crash through on the d7 square, and any moves like f4 can be met with trades. So we will see what happens. But Lei Tingjie just has a very comfortable position. So she could, it depends on your style, she could break out immediately and go f4, or she could just build, g3, king g2, and keep improving her position until the time is perfectly right for her to make that breakthrough.
Right. Well, move 38, as our counter indicates, still quite some time to make those two last moves before the time control. She might take a big decision. She might prefer to wait. But again, it depends on the evaluation of the position that she has.
Somehow or other, I like your f4 idea, but I don't want to give up material. And I don't want to weak up my king. So I'm thinking bishop d2 might be a way forward. Bishop d2 and then bam, f4.
Yeah, why not? I mean, again, as I said, if you want to win, you need to prepare some breakthroughs. Here, it's either a5 or f4, but it feels that, okay, white is dominating clearly. She has a control of the d file, and it's easier for her, right, to undermine those black pawns with a4, f4, but there should be some kind of decisions at some point.
And Bigfoot asks, it's our producer, could white run the king all the way to b3 to free up the queen to terrorize her right side? Yes, she can do that. Absolutely. We're all thinking the same thing as well. White can do whatever she wants. And
great mind thinks alike, right?
She just gone g3.
Yes.
No, I don't think there's any point about it whatsoever other than to go king g2.
Yeah.
And then just ask black what you're going to do.
Or maybe king h2 and f4, Maybe preparing f4. You wanted to protect f4, so she found the way.
I didn't want to. If I go f4 now, then the white king is kind of super exposed. So I'm also, this is my contradiction in life. I'm also a harder chicken. So I don't want to be opening.
But if you move the king away from the g file, if you play king h2, then it might not be that bad.
That's true. So okay, so let's try your plan of rook a7, just to.
I already forgot about this plan.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Although
A5.
I realize a5 is coming. Whenever rook comes into a7, a5 is making a nasty appearance, and somehow I want to take my.
But you know what? B takes a5, b6, and that, let's pretend as nothing ever happened. Rook a8, back to a8. No, to a8.
Okay,
No,
yeah,
to
b6. Yeah, you want
I
to hold
just wanted to be greedy.
But then I go b7.
If you go b7, I wanted to
Rook
go
b8.
b8.
And then I
Something
stick the queen
bad
into
is
a6.
about to happen. Oh, I don't have this luxury of.
And then bishop a5, bishop c7,
yes,
break it down. Okay, so no, but g3 it's actually the kind of clever move, because already I feel like rook a7 has blunted something with by allowing a5. So you need to wait.
That's always hard, right?
That's
when
hard,
you see
right?
it and you think that your opponent is preparing some king h2, f4 ideas, and
yeah. No, suddenly, like, you can't wait with the king, and you can't put your king in the firing line because rook to e8 is going to happen. Don't want that.
What can black do?
Well, and then I was thinking about waiting with the bishop. Can you do something ridiculous? No, but if you wait with the bishop to d8, then maybe the rook will come
Rook g6
to 6 consequences. So don't want that. And then that leaves this rook all the time has to keep an eye on the a4 pawn. So that leaves the g pawn. Congratulations, the spotlight is on you. I don't know where I'm gonna go.
Maybe black has nothing better than just wait and see, just by playing queen c8.
Queen c8, yeah.
Queen c8.
Queen c8. Yeah, I forgot
king
that the
h2. Let's say.
Yeah, king h2. Tuck it away. I really did forget about the queen moving.
Really.
And then go back. Yes. Keep passing.
Well, go back, then f4 at some point might happen, no?
And then the question is, because f4 is going to take some time, but it will happen. Do we do it now?
Yeah. Well.
Or do we wait some more?
No, let's play f4.
Okay, now. Okay. And if you go pawn takes, you don't. I want to magically put my queen here, and then I will breathe a huge sigh of relief.
Too hard, to get there.
Yeah.
Luckily,
how to get there. Yeah. No, because I think so. Candidate moves queen h5 to go. Oops, the arrows. Queen h5 to go queen f3, and then the other one is just to take the pawn and stick the queen. I don't know. Okay, let's take the pawn. Let's just. It's not our game.
Yeah, and actually, Ju Wenjun is waiting. Yeah, she is playing queen to c8, king to g2. Okay, well, king to g2 doesn't really connect with this f4 idea.
No.
Well, back to e8. That's what Ju Wenjun is doing. She's saying, okay, my position is very passive, but what about those breakthroughs? Where are you gonna? How you gonna open this position?
That's true. So maybe now she can go king. Maybe it was like some weird king triangulation. Maybe now she goes king h2, and if the queen goes back to c8,
right? Okay.
Now f4. Look at that! I triangulated the queen with my king in a middle game / endgame.
Well, we saw Lei just moving her pen a little bit, just to make sure on the score sheet how many moves are left to make till the time control. That's what players often do. You see them moving their pens away and just, glancing over those score sheets just to be sure. Because right now it used to be the way that when you made your 40th move, you got this additional 30 minutes automatically. But now it's not the case. And actually they let the whole first, the time of one of the players need to run away until you get those 30 additional minutes. So it kind of makes you nervous and makes you wanting to make this one more, additional move to be sure that it's move 41st, just in case if you kind of mixed up some at your score sheet.
Do you know there's something that can help you? Because not quite into this situation, but I completely understand what you're saying. But I once had a student tell me that he turned up to a tournament. He had not looked at the time control, and then it dawned on him as he was playing. What happens if I don't get any increment, any time I added after move 40? And so he literally didn't know, and so he was stressing about that and just like blitzing out the moves, and when he had 8 seconds left, he was like and just blitzing. He managed to checkmate, I think, with 2 seconds left on the clock. And
there was no
crowded
increment
around
at
his
all.
board, all laughing at him because there was a second time control.
Well, in that
And when
case,
I
you
told-
need to run and to find the arbiter to make sure. Yeah.
Right. But actually, the clock can tell you this. So an arbiter did tell me this hack. And he said, look at the clock display, and you can see how many time controls there are by this number. So if it says 2, it tells you will get added time on move 40. And if it tells you 3, then you'll get some added time on move 40 and on move 60. And I was like, I did not know.
No, because I thought that it indicates like the current time period, like it always indicates 1 until like the time runs off and you get this 2. I'm not sure it like indicates 3 from the first move on.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, or you could look at anyway. Either way, that little thing will tell you whether you can get some added time. So have a look at the clock. It's the same with the petrol indicator. When you rent a car and you don't know what side to fill up the petrol, apparently there's a little indicator on the wheel, not on the wheel, but inside the dashboard.
Yeah,
it tells you. You have to look for it, and it will tell you which side it is.
How?
And it's such a small arrow. It's just like literally a small arrow. Do you know on the petrol gauge?
Right.
Where it tells you how much there is, there's a little arrow telling you what side it is. So have a look.
Oh, really?
out
I
for
didn't
it.
know about that. I'm going
exactly.
to have
It's
a look.
tiny. And because so many people
it will be helpful for me because I never know. Even if I've filled my car like dozens of times already, I always start wondering what side should I get to fuel my car.
Yeah. So, well, there's lots of life hacks around, and Lei Tingjie, she's about to make her move 40. She does have just under 4 minutes on the clock to just make a very comfortable decision. She can, of course, wait however she likes. Her position is that good, so she can move the bishop somewhere. She can just slide the king to h2. She does not need to take a critical decision right now, and she pushes the pawn to h4, waiting again. And
but h4, I don't like it move very much because again, now I was focusing so much on this plan with f4, and the pawn on h3 felt on the right place, like connected with the f4 because it was protecting the g4 square, my king, while after h4 I understand, okay, then there is no f4 coming up anytime soon because g4 square is weakened, and now I need to think of prepare another plan, another option. No f4.
But you can still do f4 though.
Yes.
You can still, but it has to be like 25 moves down the line, right?
But let's say black plays queen to c8 now.
And okay, so this is the this
maybe
is the
okay.
F3.
F3, G4, G5, another plan.
G4, G4, and maybe you can go G5, but also you can go H5 and then drop the bishop back, drop the king up, F4.
Bring your king to B3, as was discussed previously.
This is bring your king to work day today.
Right.
Yeah. But I agree with you. H4, it does concede this G4 square, and immediately F4 is not that attractive. So, but so you could queen c8, f3. I mean, I was like, I ruined your your plan with my jokes.
Well, no. It's Lei who ruined my plan with her move. She played h4. She has something else in mind. She didn't want to bring her knight to f5. She doesn't want to play f4. She's not playing a5 either. I mean, you see.
Yeah. But I would be tempted to play h5, but maybe that would be, yeah.
But in that case, f4.
f4 is going to be a something, isn't it? Because the h5 pawn is dropping. No, you don't want to touch that. So f3. Okay, and if you just keep passing.
Yeah, it's again, for black, it seems as a very easy play. Just wait and see. Nothing more you can do. I mean, we tried rook a7, queen a8, right? We tried this plan, but it just backfires all the time, because as soon as black plays rook a7, there is a5, b6 idea, and well, no active plans what to do.
Yeah, so just rook a7, a5. And then now queen e8, I guess queen b5 is just overwhelming. So you have to go rook b7. I mean, how bad is this? It looks horrible, I'll be honest with you.
It is very unpleasant. Always like tricky how to break through. So you really need to use some tactical skills.
The jokes. I keep thinking, yes, if you could just get your king to h5.
Right. Yeah, why not? As in this famous short game, right? He managed to
exactly get the king to h7.
Yeah, nice plan.
If you manage that, yeah, it won't ever happen though. But okay, but white can take their time,
f4,
more or less do whatever they like. f4 now.
Well, I still have this in mind. But again, this g4 square worries me, because black can play like capture, and then queen c8 and try to, get to the square. Although I can play queen g3 calmly and bring my king into action. And then we get back to this question whether this position is a middle game or an endgame.
Yeah.
It definitely has some endgame traits, some ideas.
Yeah. Definitely. I don't know. It is one of life's existential questions. Endgame, middle game. Endgame, you should activate your king. Middle game, no chance. And yeah, this is
h5.
We
h5.
have a move.
h5. The move that I told you not to make, right? Never make this move. Well, I was wrong, apparently.
Yeah, but now
but what? Yeah.
Now f4 will come, but not necessarily now.
Well, the queen is still on e8, right? That's the difference.
Yeah, because it can come to g6. But
okay, maybe it's time of the game to start your plan.
Which one? I came up with
the king to b3.
The king walk. Yeah. That's certainly.
I'd probably just play f3 first. Let's play f3 first.
But I'm also a bit obsessed by your plan of going f4.
f4, yeah, but the queen is still on e8, and it feels like some kind of Zugzwang right now for black. Because if we make any move, bishop d2, but I still want to keep this one on this diagonal for some reason. But even bishop d2, it feels like black needs to move. I mean, your move bishop d2 now stops g6 ideas, because there is bishop h6, rook d8, right? So the g pawn doesn't move. If the queen gets to c8, then we should seriously consider playing f4. And
definitely.
Although the ancient eval doesn't
Still, queen g4 is a problem,
Yeah,
right?
there is queen g4.
Okay, so no, sadly, no f4.
At some point, why the eval bar likes white's position so much? Maybe a5. Look, maybe a5 is the moment now. a5, b takes a5, b6. We haven't.
Oh, is it because you can drop the queen back with his pawn on h5?
Maybe.
You have always the possibility of. So I don't understand.
Some kind of connecting all those ideas should be. Like even f4 here. And because if black takes on f4, he takes f4, bishop takes f4, queen g4, or plays queen g4, then I can have this pawn running b6, b7.
b6.
And my bishop on f4 beautifully, controls the b8 square.
That was a beautiful twist, indeed.
Although I saw that the eval bar didn't like my proposal suggestions of playing
f4. Well, it looks good to me. So I mean, there's either the queen coming to g4, but maybe that does nothing. But maybe a4 is the only counterplay one has. a4, a3. It's a messy game suddenly.
Yeah. Well, at some point, a5 is going to happen. Even instead of f4, I was thinking like after a5, b takes a5, maybe with the bishop on d2, b takes a5, bishop e3. As simple as that might be very powerful.
And if you go a4?
Rook takes c5. Can be. Can it be this key to the position that we were desperately trying to?
It's going to be a checkmate, isn't it?
Yes, queen f7, queen e7. Puzzle rush, checkmate.
It is.
Right.
And
well, that's what happens to those positions. It seems that you hold, and then one inaccuracy and you collapse. Bishop d2. A very nice move. A very, very nice move. It doesn't seem to change a lot, but at the same time, it puts the bishop to the position where it sees both sides, right? It still has the a5 square under control, but also it supports the f4 and ideas and bishop e3. Like we now shall keep in mind this idea, like queen c8, if black continues to wait and see game, then a5, bishop e3 might be very strong. So maybe the queen is not moving as well. So we kind of eliminated the g pawn moves, f4, f pawn moves, queen moves, bishop moves. So the only piece that actually moves, and also it has quite limited number of moves, is the rook. And rook a7 we never like because of a5 b6 idea, right? But if you get to b8 or c8 or d8, there's also a5 idea, right? There is no more control over the a file. So what to do? I mean, what move to make?
Yeah, but there's also bishop d2 is so flexible because say you put your rook, I don't know, there's also f4. Let's not forget f4 is a possibility. Just explode open. And then a5 with your idea of b6, b7.
Oh, black is in serious trouble.
Yeah, it is a huge trouble indeed. And bishop d2, and with that, Lei leaves the board and leaves Ju Wenjun alone and facing the prospect of potentially getting her first loss. So Ju Wenjun, when I think back to her match against Goryachkina, she was at one stage a point, trailing a point. But this happened after the two had traded blows. So first Ju had won, and then she immediately lost, and then Alexandra won a game further down the line. And Ju, the thing is, Is it different to kind of be in that scenario? Whereas here, it's been 4 very tense draws, and then suddenly she's lost. Psychologically, is that tougher to get over? Because at least in the other kind of scenario, you've taken a point, you know it's possible, you can do it.
Well, there are still plenty of games left,
Yeah.
and it also puts additional pressure on the winner's shoulders. I mean, Lei, because she suddenly going to be, ahead, and all those extra unnecessary thoughts about just, getting a few more games and bringing this match and getting this crown. It just start to feel so real that this it might be quite problematic in a way. And all those matches, remember the match between Anand and Gelfand? Well, there were like hard-fought draws, like in most of the games, except just 2 games where one, I don't remember who won first. Like Gelfand won, and then
won first.
in the very next game he almost collapsed. Right, he gave away the full point. Very, very like out of the opening, he made some kind of incredible mistake and just lost immediately. So just 2 decisive games, one after another, and then the match continued till the tiebreak. So that's what I was saying, that one decisive game changes like drastically all those match dynamic, and it just it brings more tension, more excitement, because the whole situation changes. It's not even anymore, and somebody is behind, somebody is ahead, and extra pressure on those players. One loss can also, like if we remember the match between Karslan and Nepo, this hard-fought, tense match till the game 6, where Nepo lost in a very complicated, very long game, but still he just cracked. After that, he collapsed immediately. He couldn't handle the pressure anymore. So definitely one decisive result is going to bring a lot of change to the match, and this particular game seems like to be heading to this decisive result that we've been waiting for.
And Ju Wenjun moving the rook, and she has to work hard now to resolve the situation. So it's fortunate for her that it's not the first time she's been in this position. Ju Wenjun has an impressive track record, so let's have a look at how long she's been dominating the Women's World Championship. Born in 1991 in Shanghai, world champion Ju Wenjun has won the FIDE Women's World Championship 3 times. Now she attempts to become the 6th 4-time champion. In that time, she has established herself as one of the strongest women to ever play chess. As a teenager, Ju was already one of China's best players. At age 13, she finished 2nd in the Asian Women's Chess Championship. At 18, she earned FIDE's official Women Grandmaster title. And at just 19, she won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship. The next year, she had already fulfilled all the requirements to become a Grandmaster. By 2016, Ju found an even higher gear. She won 2 of the 3 events she entered in that year's FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the latter by a full point. Easily winning the entire series, Ju earned a World Championship match in 2018 against Tan Zhongyi. Ju proved that her stellar consistency in the Grand Prix was no fluke. In the early part of the match, Ju went on a hot streak, winning 3 of 4 games. After 10 total games, she was world champion. But there was not much time for Ju to enjoy her accomplishment. FIDE had scheduled a large field world championship tournament just 6 months later, with no special privileges for the champion. In the end, however, the knockout event was simply another opportunity for Ju's star to shine. Not only did she win the tournament to stay champion, she coasted through most of it. In the first 4 rounds, Ju didn't need so much as a tiebreak. When it came time to face Katerina Lagno in the final, resilience was also called for. Ju fell behind with 1 game left, needing a win on demand to force a playoff. And she did just that. Then she won the tiebreaker as well, proving that her excellence extended to rapid chess. Ju had now won the World Championship not once, but twice in the same year in 2018. She joined Vera Menchik as the only woman to win 2 in a single year. In nearly unprecedented fashion, Ju had proved she was no one-off. In her career to date, including a 3rd World Championship in January 2020, Ju has shown the ability to dominate several formats. Large matches, small matches, knockout tournaments, even the round robin of the Grand Prix. All have gone her way.
But Ju Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake.
Whether enjoying a 3-1 run against the world champion or nearly going undefeated in a large field knockout, she is simply one of the best. The challenger, Lei Tingjie, will have to be at her best too. Otherwise, the world champion will once again be Ju Wenjun. Yeah, there we see the story how Ju Wenjun became 3-time reigning women's world champion, and a very impressive feat as well, winning 2 women's world championships in 1 year. I don't think that's only her and Vera Menchik have that accolade. But what to say about Ju Wenjun? She's resourceful. She became grandmaster at 19, she's one of the 6 women to pass the 2600 barrier. Yeah, a very impressive candidate whatsoever. That's not what I meant to say. She's a very impressive candidate.
Very impressive career, indeed. Yeah, quite a player, quite a world champion, and it's been quite unfortunate for her that, in this last 3 years, she wasn't actually able to play and demonstrate, her dominance and her ability to perform well, because, chess world, sports world, it's a very cruel thing. Once you are not there, once you are not playing and demonstrating and reminding about yourself, you're forgotten. Like in a few months, there was a player, there once was a player, and nobody really cares about what you have achieved except you and your closed fans. But other than that, if you are not there, you're not there. If you want to prove, you go ahead and prove with your moves, with your preparation, with your self-determination, and a lot of those wonderful qualities of top players that's really required to become a world champion.
So you've been women's world champion. So what was it like? Like, for instance, did the phone stop ringing? Did you get several tournament opportunities? And in the meantime, we do see big move on
F4. Finally something happened. Hooray! Breakthrough. Yeah, and about myself, well, first of all, it was a very, very long time ago, and I tend to forget something that happened more than a day ago. And my memories, fortunately or unfortunately, it works that way, that I'm not this kind of a person, I always admired those who can so vividly describe moments of their lives, of their careers that happened 20 years ago. No, I can barely remember what happened in my last tournaments and games, and probably that's why, it's like every time I play, it's like the very first time, and it keeps me motivated because I don't feel tired of all those games and titles and tournaments. But so back in 2008, it was a very long time ago. I remember that I had expected that winning this title would give me more possibilities and opportunities, to forget about some financial things, not needing to pay for my trainer and so on. And somehow it didn't change many things. Probably more invitations, yes, not only to tournaments, to very high profile tournaments, but also to some simultaneous exhibitions, master classes that somehow eventually brought extra, financial support. But other than that, I wouldn't say that it changed a lot. But again, I might be mistaken. It was a long time ago, and
yeah, but I remember during this stage,
yes.
I remember the impact it had because I remember you winning the Women's World Championship because that's just one of those things that I always follow. And I also remember you playing in some tournaments and you playing against Magnus Carlsen. You beat Magnus.
World Blitz, yes.
Yeah, and I remember I was like, yes. I think he also beat Judith Polgar as well. So you really...
Yeah, with Shanna, that was a great
helping.
tournament.
Yeah. It really felt like you were on the verge of leveling up to seriously strong. And it's a shame, actually, that you become Women's World Championship and then there's no system
changed.
in place.
It didn't really influence my life and my career in a way. So it might have been, but again, I've had other priorities. I already had my daughter growing. So I also, it's also a very important factor, right? And I achieved, as it seemed, a huge milestone. And at that point, I don't know. It is the way it is. It might have been different, but anyway, I'm still very happy that I've been there and that I still, many, many years later, continue playing and sometimes winning. As in 2021, it was really a dream come true year for my chess career. And I'm still here, witnessing these amazing players and all other players just growing, youngsters arriving, just being part of the game feels as a very nice bonus to all the achievements that I've had. So yeah.
And I remember 2021, you won the Women's World Cup, and also you won something.
World Rapid, yes, World
Rapid, yes. That's huge titles there. And okay.
Let's get back to the game, because it seems as a key moment. It seems as a key moment because we've waited for this breakthrough to happen. It did happen, but now it seems that, White can get a big advantage, but only by one move. So there is just one move that brings, there is a big difference between the first line of what engine suggests and the second one. It's quite a significant difference. Well, the first one gives a very big advantage. Other moves still keep the game going, but your position simplifies after that a little bit.
Okay, so it's just one shot that she has in order to easily win this. Okay, so candidate moves, I always try to be very thematic here and do that checks, captures, threats. So no checks.
Good advice, yes.
So captures, none that I would think about. And another one I sometimes add in as a e5, so pawn breaks. So first attack, queen e2. Queen e2, forcing g6. And then something. Then maybe g4.
Or e5, right? Maybe.
Yeah, e5 would be e5 would also be candidate move as well. e2, queen e2, e5. Another pawn breaks I need to think about is e5, a5. Okay, so those are the ones. Those are the ones that I need to e5, a5.
Yeah, and make a choice. It's always difficult, right? Because when you play a game, you don't see the evaluation, right, of an engine. And it's so hard sometimes to make this choice to understand why one move is stronger than the other. You really need to. It requires time and deep dive, as you say. So, and, well, I mean, you've nailed it that there are basically queen e2 and e5, those are two main ideas. A5 right now doesn't seem to be
work.
Right, because of the fact that's why black put the rook on the b file, right, to keep this b5 pawn under control in case of a5. And you just need to choose between queen e2, g6, e5, or playing e5. How different those two lines are and why one is so much stronger than the other.
Yeah. It's to do. So I would guess that it's to do with the fact that the king is stuck on f8. So my vibe is to go e5 right away.
Right,
Keep
but
that
the
king.
question is what black is going to do after e5. If white is to play e5 now, what is black going to play?
Well, they're going to go f5.
Well, f5, e6 probably, just too much. Yeah.
Yes, and I've ruined the position as well. So after e5. Queen f. No, you can't go queen f7 because e6 still happens. I know e6 is not possible.
Well, yeah, e6, queen e6, right? Rook d8, king to f7.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and well, that apparently makes. Yeah, and she does it. Yeah, she makes this move. That makes this whole queen e2, g6, e5 so much stronger than e5 immediately, because after e5, black plays queen to f7, pinning this rook, stopping e6. And while
So
here...
let's just put that up on the board.
Yeah.
Queen f2,
queen
e6,
f7.
and then you can just take... Yeah, queen f7, yeah. And e6, which was my tactical point, fails to after this. Rook, king f7, and there's no rook f8. But queen e2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the most accurate version of the way you have to play this. G6.
And now e5.
Forced.
e5.
Now e5.
Yes.
Yeah, now e5.
And if queen goes to f7, then there is e6. And well, it's just too bad, because queen e8, just the position is so bad. You can play queen e4, probably. Can you play bishop d6? Maybe you can play bishop d6 trying to. It's just very bad. It's just a question of few moves. Well, because a5 is gonna come at some point, and those pawns f6, g6 pawns are very weak. Somehow it just the engine suggests that it's not holdable at all. I mean, it gives such a huge advantage to white. +7.
+7.
Yeah, just too much. It just sees that it's not holdable. It collapses. It might still be quite not that obvious, to a human being, but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it feels terrible. This pawn is on e6. This bishop can't move.
The plan was rook d2, queen c6 is very strong, apparently.
Sorry?
If, for example, black plays king to g7, let's say, the rook on b7 is hanging, and maybe even rook takes c5 wins, but rook retreating the rook somewhere to d2, and then bringing the queen to c6 also seems as a very, very strong and powerful plan here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks horrible.
Yeah.
So okay, so you can't go after e5. You cannot do queen f7. That would be a mistake. And f5 would also lead to the same thing. You allow this piece to stay on the board, but. Goodness me, are you suggesting pawn takes pawn?
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't improve your position, right? Rook takes a5, and then...
exactly.
Or queen takes a5, or even bishop takes a5. I mean, it seems that everything should work.
Yeah. No.
Just some positions are too bad to hold.
Yeah.
It's not about some concrete lines, right? About the fact that the position just collapses.
And if so, what is the computer saying after the best? The best defense, the path of most resistance is to go. Okay, rook d7. That makes
it says
rook d7.
Rook d7. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't believe in black's position anymore. Unfortunately, you know why? There are still Oh, they're very cute. Like, for example, if I play queen to d3, queen to d3, queen e8. I got to be careful. Oops, sorry. Oops, and the game is over. Yeah, never give up, right? So okay, let's say the same idea, but with like more queen f3.
Queen
Yes,
f3.
queen to f3, and if black captures, rook d5, queen takes d5, and you think, oh, it's an endgame. Okay, no big deal, and you capture on e5, but then there is suddenly bishop h6 checkmate. Oops.
Yep. And as I discovered in my checkmating course, these checkmates, normally with the queen on e6, they're called balestra. Checkmate. So you have like Bodens would be the bishops, but like this, it's the balestra. And I was, it's not really useful knowledge there.
Well,
it's much more useful that you put
why not?
You put the pattern in your memory bank, and keep that one there. But it's a very nice 9. F takes e5. But it just also goes to show, if you don't have the time to take it, then you white is getting 2 passed pawns. It's like e6, a5 is coming, b6. Position will fall apart like that proverbial house of cards. So let's go back to this, and I can see there that it's been awarded.
Yeah, sometimes engines are too cruel. Well, there are certain positions where every single move is a mistake. So it just happened. They just happen to make the position worse. It's just because of the fact you make them. It's not because of no g6. I wouldn't call it a bad move. No, a mistake. Definitely no. It's just probably somewhere much earlier. H5. I would call it a mistake. But g6.
No, I agree that h5 is the big mistake, just changing the nature of the position and making this one a target. But yeah, g6 is very natural. I mean, what was she expected to do?
Well, king g8 probably just give it up, just because of the fact, the engine evaluated positions that if you give up this pawn, like the position is +2 in white's favor. But if you protect it, it's +4. And because of this big, evaluation difference, the gap, it gives this evaluation. But again, +2 or +4 in the practical game, sometimes it doesn't matter at all. Actually, vice versa. Sometimes it's so easier to convert +2 than +4, and it makes no sense to be so harsh on a player at this point.
And we have to stop lecturing at the computer because the computer can't hear us either. But something that
we have to, we have to demonstrate our power over artificial intelligence once in a while, in a very while, and very once. But sometimes,
I have to apologize for the background noise. That's one of my neighbors has taken a chainsaw out and sawing something away.
But we don't hear it. I don't hear it.
You don't hear it? Okay. Well, okay.
Mics, they work wonders nowadays. Those powerful.
Okay, that's excellent. But I can hear it. And the something I wanted to mention is that there is something that can ruin Lei Tingjie's position.
Okay.
And that's something that's self-inflicted. It's the clock time. She only has 12 minutes left on her clock. She's not going to get any bonus time, say when she reaches move 60. And what you see is what you get, except they do get this 30-second bonus time per
That's
move.
a fair point, yes.
So the more she thinks, and if she doesn't come to anything concrete now...
E5 it is.
Okay, E5. I did say it was a could, it was a maybe. And Lei Tingjie playing very accurately. I mean, this is her style.
Yeah.
She likes to go forward, she likes to attack, and E5, we see her in the shot, looking focused, determined. I mean, that's actually been her trademark throughout these 5 games. She's come to the board well prepared, fully concentrated, focused, determined. And Ju Wenjun, she's also done the same thing, but it seems like they do have different strategies. Whereas Lei Tingjie is all about the opening and getting that advantage. From there, for Ju Wenjun, it's been about the long-term gains. It's about taking not so much risk, but fighting it out until the bitter end. And there we see Ju Wenjun. She is struggling. Could she be on the verge of her first defeat?
Well, yeah, we're gonna see very, very soon. We're gonna find out the answer. I mean, the tension is definitely very high because, I mean, the minute you get so close to this, decisive result, to what you've been working for so hard for the last 4 games and before the match, but when, this actually victory is so close within your reach, then the tension rises and the time you get lower on time. And yeah, whether Lei is gonna hold and gonna stay focused and be able to convert this winning position to a full point, we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I completely agree. It is going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting. And there's a scary silence outside my house because just now it sounded like someone was trying to breach my house defenses with a chainsaw. So we're going to take a quick break and I'm going to just make sure that everything is locked up and safe around here. And then we'll be right back.
That's enough for 10 seconds, yeah?
Yes.
Why to play and draw?
Oh, but this I'm pretty sure I've seen. This looks so familiar.
So he has to go to either H2 or H3. I haven't been able to decide which one, but my feeling...
10 seconds pass fast.
Yes. My feeling would be definitely not H2, because H2 then maybe E1 knight. That may be a problem.
Yes.
So I have to go to H3.
H3, knight F4
knight
check.
F4, king H2.
Knight G4 check.
Knight G4 check. Then king H1.
Knight F2 check.
King H2.
E1 knight.
And knight F3. Knight F3, king G3.
Yes.
Very nice.
Very good.
I know this one. I'm just trying to remember it. So it's when the 3 knights get it. So king H3,
knight F4,
knight F4, king H2,
knight G4, check,
knight G4, king H1, knight F2, king H2, E1 knight F3, knight F3, king G3.
Very nice. And now king E3 is a stalemate.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, let's start with king H2. Kind of have to, I guess.
King H2, I would probably go E1 knight.
Oh, is this king H3 and if E1 knight then knight F3?
Well, yes, but king H3, I will go knight F4.
Okay, now I have to go to H2.
Knight G4.
Okay, now I have to go to H1.
Knight F2.
Okay.
King H2, E1 knight.
And knight E2 it. Oh, knight F3, knight F3, king G3, king G3 is stalemate.
Yeah. Knight F3, knight takes F3, king G3. Very nice.
I knew this one. I was just trying to remember the whole detail.
Look, you're the only one that's remaining perfect after 5 studies. Last one, why to move?
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Okay, this one I think I've seen before. Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6.
Easy. Yes, very nice.
Yes.
But what's the puzzle?
Why to move?
But you save the simplest one for last, or?
This is
Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. How did you get me here? So Queen G7, Rook H7, Knight H6 mate, yeah?
Yes. That's it. We saved the easiest for last.
And hello and welcome back to the city of Shanghai, the city that never sleeps and is full of action. And talking about action, so much action happening in today's Women's Chess World Championship match between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. And as you can see, all is safe and well. My producer didn't really like my little joke and thought I should reassure everyone. All is good. It was just outside the noise. But talking about someone taking a chainsaw to the position, it certainly looks like Lei Tingjie has just done that with her last move, e4, e5, taking that saw to black's defenses, and looks like Ju Wenjun is in big trouble.
Right, not a pleasant situation to be when playing black, but well, sometimes you need to survive those unpleasant moments as well and fight till the very, very last point. That's for sure. Trying to set up every single possible trap to your opponent, who actually is also under quite a big pressure because she understands that she is on the verge of winning this game, on opening, this scoring in this match, and to convert it into a full point again, it's not that easy. That's why we say that winning positions are the most hard one to win, actually, because well, when you're about, you're ready to grab this full point, it might slip away. So we'll see. We'll see how Lei handles this situation. Although, well, she's a Ju Wenjun, is not happy, of course. She's suffering. She understands that if everything goes like according to the evaluation of this position, she might face the first loss in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree. There is like computer chess, which is perfect, but of course, never underestimate the power of the human mind to go wrong, to follow a narrative, and difficult position for Ju Wenjun. And according to the engine, the best way to survive is probably to put the rook onto d7 and to set up a threat of a queen to a8. Never give up, as they say. Other moves doesn't seem to be so pleasant, and yeah, there we go. And we are waiting Ju Wenjun's decision. The one thing I have to say about Ju Wenjun is that the more her clock ticks down, the more worried I am that the defensive task becomes harder and harder. And there we've been treated to some more expressions from Lei Tingjie. I like the way she gave herself a little nod, like saying, yes, you got this one, you can do it. And Lei Tingjie just has to be careful. She just has to negotiate the complications with ease.
Right.
And e5.
She's closer than ever before in this match to a full point. And yeah, this kind of expressions says it all. No, I'm focusing, I'm not getting distracted by those thoughts. I will not let it slip away.
Not to be emotional when you play chess. And, well, you have to be tough. You have to be determined. You have to be powerful at the same time. So it's so many qualities in life that one has to be in order to play good chess. It's not just enough about the moves. And Ju Wenjun, it's your moment to show the resilience. So for Ju Wenjun, it's just about accepting. And well, I was kind of told that when you have a bad position / losing position, the best thing to do is just to accept that, okay, the game is lost. And mentally, that is. And then from then on, you just say, well, then you ask yourself, can you save it? And then it becomes like a challenge to yourself, and then you're like, okay, well, if I play this, then maybe I'm causing them trouble, maybe I'm being difficult, and you just keep on going like that with none of this kind of pain, none of this grief, saying, oh my goodness me, I'm so stupid, why did I do this to myself, why did I not play this move? Instead you just go, what's here is in front of me, and it's all about enjoyment, it's all about being positive. And I was reading Vishy Anand's Mind of Master book, which I highly recommend to everyone, and he was saying in that book that what he does is he remembers like scenes from movies that make him laugh. So he already gets some good mood there. And he remembers that scene from, I don't know if you've ever seen Monty Python, from the Holy Grail. And there's this Black Knight, and he basically wants to keep fighting on, even though, it's the odds are stacked against him. And, he's got no legs, he's got no arms, and he's like, come back! I'll bite you. And so Vishy remembers that scene, and it puts him in a good mood, and then it puts him in the right frame of mind for defense. Do you have any special things that you do when you're defending a losing position?
I certainly don't recall any scenes from movies or something like that. But what I do is, I just kind of say to myself that, it's over now, no reason to say it's not, but definitely, just try to survive one more move or another move. And, even if you need to resign at the end, life doesn't stop, right? It's just a game of chess, and yes, your opponent was better than you today, or you made some blunders or mistakes, or did not prepare enough. I don't know, there can be different reasons, but still, it's not the last game of your career, and there are gonna be many more if you continue to play, and many more losses, but I mean, if you're there, that means that you're trying, you're working to win, to fighting to win, and that's it. That's what makes you going. That hurts. I mean, losing hurts a lot, but the only way to not to lose games is just to stop playing chess. You continue playing chess. That's it. You will be there. I mean, one way or another. I mean, it's sport. It's cruel. Yes, sometimes you need to resign, but
that's true. That's true. But something, I don't think I should be saying this, but whatever, I'll say it. A lot of the top players, when you ask them, they all say, I've played so many games in such an attacking way that I'm used to losing. But 9 times out of 10, these same grandmasters, if they lose a game, they are raging.
Yes.
I have never met anyone at the top levels who's like, I lost, but it was a really exciting game, and I matched them all the way. No. You actually feel like, if sometimes I've had to get a car with them or just to get back to the hotel, and I'm like, no, it's all right. You just have the car by yourself. We'll leave you alone. Right. Yeah. But then I must admit that you catch them the next day and everything is fine and all is well. But for
maybe
a short
just a few hours later, because when you're still in this game and you lost, and sometimes it's so disappointed and unfair, and there are different games and different situations, and who knows, maybe they consider they were winning. In most of the cases, when you talk to the top players, even if they lost, they seem to be winning at some point of this game. So
it's true. They were, and it's also about not as mentioned there in the chat. It requires great skill and patience to come back from a loss. That is true, but it's also surrounding yourself with people who inspire you, people who give you good vibes, and it's no secret that Magnus chooses his second camp seconds is what I wanted to say. And at the training camps, he chooses them because it's a good mood. They play Blitz together, they can have a laugh. And again, Peter Heine Nielsen and his father are always with him when he plays tournaments, and they're there just for company. And Ju Wenjun will have exactly the same amount of support. And we did see Lei Tingjie. She was walking in with Rajabov, and he was chosen, obviously. So as someone who could provide her inspiration and also just cheer her up if things go wrong. And there we see Ju Wenjun still thinking, and now Ju Wenjun is under 10 minutes.
Right, and no increment. So, 9 minutes till the end of the game. So we're gonna see the final moves pretty soon.
Yeah.
Well, at least they will need to speed up, right, at some point, because they're running out of moves. Since, yes, in this match, Women's World Championship match, the players use the FIDE classical time control, and just 2 periods of time, like till move 40 until the end of the game.
Right. And it's not, I would say, a very slow time control. It's very familiar. That one is for sure. But say, for instance, this type of position, if Ju finds herself just playing on increment, well, that's too big of an uphill struggle, because the position is lost. She will have to play very accurately, precisely, in order to create some chances. And, well, also playing against Lei Tingjie's clock is also one of her biggest hopes as well. So,
right, I'm just thinking maybe she didn't, consider her position so lost and so desperate, and now she's kind of surprised, but she's trying to find a move, and she just doesn't like any single one of them. So she's trying that and this and that, and somehow they just seem, all of them seem, they're just not working. And only like at this point she comes to realization that her position might be actually hopeless, and well, that's quite hard to face.
Yeah, well, there's one also other good thing is that Ju Wenjun isn't material down. So say, for instance, Lei Tingjie goes wrong, and then I don't know, you make a move and she lets pawns get traded, she doesn't maximize her advantage, then you could see things fizzling out. Even though the evaluation bar says, hang on, what is it? Is it +7, right? +3.52, says in mine.
It's a big advantage.
That's a big advantage, but some bad moves, and it could be 0.00. You never know.
Yes, definitely.
And certainly, as Pumpkin the Cat says, it will be interesting to see if Ju Wenjun changes her opening tomorrow if she loses today. And you have to remember, she's been opening with a queen's pawn. Will that mean that suddenly she switches to maybe developing the king's knight? Maybe a completely different opening strategy. And it will be tomorrow will be the very last game that they play in Shanghai. After that, they move to Chongqing, and that is where Lei Tingjie comes from, and that is Lei Tingjie's home crowd. Did you find it beneficial to play in front of your home city?
Well, I like to play. Yes, I used to like to play in Russia in general a lot, because it was so comfortable in a way. Because of the language, because of like knowing what to expect, where to go, like to all those things that I liked, they kind of surrounded me. And of course it was very helpful, not necessarily just a city thing, but more like a country or your homeland, and it helped a lot.
And were you recognized often in your home city?
Sometimes, but very rarely. In Moscow, a few times, but just very rarely,
because this is actually one of the big things with, say, like Magnus Carlsen, or what makes him reluctant to play a world championship match in Norway, because literally, and I'm not joking, everybody knows him. Like, it's a family tradition that come the New Year's Eve period, everyone sits down, puts on the chess, watches Magnus play, cheers for Magnus, and as a consequence, he can't go anywhere without people kind of surrounding him and say, Magnus, Magnus. And
that's tough. That must be tough.
Right. And so you have a situation where, like, say, Fabi qualified and he's challenging in St. Louis. Not that many people would recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Hikaru Nakamura these days would also be in the same boat as Magnus, because whenever I say I play chess, everyone, and I mean everyone, says that they all follow Hikaru's streams. And Queen A8 on the board. So Lei Tingjie has to be aware, because there is a danger on the board. If she plays something careless, say for instance Queen D3, Rook to D7 is Ju Wenjun's sneaky threat.
It won't be that bad after for black anymore after Rook D7. So yeah, white has to be careful. And you always have to ask yourself, what is your opponent, contemplating and preparing. You always have to keep like a very serious attention to your opponent's moves, especially like the last move. It helps in a way. Okay, yeah, you see immediately Queen f3. No big deal. No big deal. And again, I don't agree. I see that there's so long and it was a blunder. I don't agree that Queen a8 is a blunder, because every single move was just bad for black. And unless white makes a mistake, like a very serious mistake, just the game should end in white's favor. So here, like, again, the difference why this engine thinks it's a blunder, because, for example, he considers Rook d7 to be -7, while Rook a8, Queen a8 -10. But we all very well understand that the difference between -7 and -10 is minuscule. It doesn't matter how big is your advantage. I mean, starting from a certain point, you're just winning. It doesn't matter -5, -3, -7, -15. It's just one side wins, and that's it.
Yeah, this is where I think it's easier to think in terms of percentages. So, like, some positions where, okay, it could be -2, but literally it's a 95% chance of
that
one
would
side
be great,
winning.
actually. Yeah, that would be great to use, like in this poker, possibility, like probability, winning probability. It's much more precise. Yes. Because like this -7, -10, -15 and all those like blunders, I remember that some parents who were following their kids, on some websites, and those blunders and mistakes, evaluations closer to the end of the game, it just didn't, like, parents were having heart attacks and saying, oh my gosh, my boy or my girl like made a mistake. But it was not the case. It was just, okay, taking a bishop instead of giving a checkmate in 5, and like the difference for a human being is none. Like, it's just a mathematical difference. Probability, I would like to see it. Like, your probability to win here is close to 80%.
Exactly. Yeah, they do this in Norwegian TV. And if you kind of ever want to look at like how Norwegian TV manages to get chess to the public, and to a public that really doesn't play the game, then you look at how they've done it. They use percentages. They have this this playing, and they're all constantly saying, this is a chance for a draw, this is a chance for a win, and
nice.
And again, when they're doing commentary, there's no long variations. Like, there's no like, oh, he plays this, and then you win at the end of it. No, it's just definitely like talking about the emotions and talking about the general threats on the board, and it's a nice approach. And there we see Ju Wenjun. She does close the F line, but there is still opportunity for Lei Tingjie to go wrong. She has 9 minutes on the clock. And for instance, Like the move that appeals to me is e6.
Right. Yes. Yes.
e6 and like that, let that be a thorn in black's side. But I mean, you can kind of see situations like rook d7 doesn't really do that much because rook a7 and, well, black is still alive.
Well, black wants to take on a4, right? I mean, on the next move. So when you play e6, you have to be ready.
Calculate.
Yes, you have to know what you are going to do after queen takes a4.
Yeah, because even then I see that I've just blundered because my intention and intentions, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because say like after you bring up the analysis board and say e6, queen takes a4, and you can already see that I've made a huge mistake because I was planning queen c3, but you even have queen e4 check.
Queen e2. Queen e4 is stronger, yes.
Yeah, and then you can take. So, and we have a move from Lei Tingjie, and she's played rook to d7, forcing the rook to go to a7, and queen c7 looks strong. Sorry, queen c6.
Queen c6. Well, then again, queen c6, yeah, probably just winning. Rook takes a4.
Rook takes a4.
Maybe even rook b6.
But then you have bishop a. Then you have. Sorry, let's put it on the board. So I was thinking queen c6. Oh,
the queen is pinned. The queen is pinned. That's the problem.
The evaluation bar goes down, and so
because probably of wait,
no,
queen takes c6. Maybe queen takes c6. Queen takes c6, b takes c6, rook takes d7. And then somehow the pawns are stopped.
You don't get through.
I can play king f7, like almost forcing you to play bishop g5. But this endgame is not a winning.
Lost. No, it's lost. So
it's lost.
Yeah. So there you go.
Because bishop g5 is a mistake. Because you take h takes g5, you play king e7, and then you have the c pawn, and then you play f4, and you win.
Yeah.
By creating the trousers, right?
You get these
e6, f4. Yeah.
So you see, there is a margin for error. Look how I'm falling into them left, right, and center. So queen c6 is not a good move. So rook a7. Okay, the other moves that you can consider is e6.
Maybe e6 now.
Yeah, e6 now. No.
Rook takes a4. That's the problem. Rook takes a4. But then I wanted to play rook b7.
So after
e6
here.
e6, rook takes a4, and then rook b7.
And we see the evaluation bar drop.
And your heartbeat stops. Yes, that's why it's not that easy. I mean, if you...
Well, why is this looks good to me? I mean, what is wrong
with that? Maybe even
rook b8 is coming.
Rook takes f4. Can it be the reason? Rook takes f4, and then queen a2 and queen e6, and I survive. Yeah.
Yeah, and you grab that. Okay, so that's another way to go wrong.
Well, we are very good in demonstrating ways how not to win. Okay, Lei's task is, completely different. She needs to demonstrate just one way. One way is enough, but to win the game. So we've managed to find a few to lose even. Okay, she captured on h. She exchanged. Maybe she just goes, something like rook b7.
Okay. And this is the right path. And then a rook b7, as simple as that.
Maybe. And then capturing on b6.
Yeah. And that is a very clinical way.
Well, you're always afraid, of course, that you're gonna, spoil some kind of advantage. But e6 she played. Okay.
Incidentally, there was a way to crush black, and that was after rook a7. I was going to look at this bishop h6 check, and then king e8, and now rook takes a7 was the way forward, and then you go e6. to queen
E6
takes
or
and
queen c6 in e6.
yeah, and queen c6 is
That's
coming.
nice.
That is
That's
very
nice.
nice. But to be honest with you, if we go to the current board, which is where she's played this, also looks completely winning. No risk whatsoever for white.
And the reason behind rook takes a4, how does white win? Like bishop h6, king a8, rook b7, or rook b7 immediately? What is?
I think rook b7.
Threatening to play bishop h6
Bishop
and rook
e5.
b8, right?
Yeah.
So it's a threat. Okay. And like why the eval bar is not, screaming that it's hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
What is the reason? How can black...
Could you also throw in after rook takes a4? Oh no, rook b7. Okay, so could you also play rook b8? That's also a threat, right, as well?
Yes, and then bishop e5 and
then
rook
bishop
h8,
e5,
right?
yeah.
Also cute, yeah. So it seems like rook a8 is the only move. Let's make it then. Rook a8, rook takes b6, and...
well, should we get the rook behind here? I don't know.
Yeah, but unfortunately rook c6.
Oh no. If it's not one stone, it's another one. Okay, so that's okay, that's a problem.
Many problems, unfortunately, for black in this position. Just too many. And, well, probably just a very, very, hopeless endgame, and hard to like find some saving ideas.
And going back to the position, we see that Ju Wenjun has just over 3.5 minutes, and her position is in dire straits. E6. I mean, the only thing that we can see is rook takes pawn, because if you're going to suffer, you might as well suffer with something in your hand.
Well, probably c4 we should also consider.
Okay.
c4, pushing, like trying to create some counterplay with the idea if white plays rook b7 to play bishop c5, although it should be still losing, but at least something.
Mm-hmm. And how to fight this c4 idea? Rook c7? No, you go rook takes a4. No, rook takes a4 is not possible. Bishop c5, as you mentioned. Yeah, okay, maybe this is the way forward. The path of most resistance.
Yeah, just ask as many questions to your opponent as possible.
And,
maybe rook b7 anyway, after c4.
Yeah. Let's stay on the board, because Ju Wenjun doesn't have so much time. Now, under 2.5 minutes, I think on a practical level, c4.
c4 just all in, all forward.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It's objectively, you can see the evaluation, but it's lost for her, so she might as well. And c4, bishop c5, as you indicated, seems to be troublesome, but now I think about it, your rook b7 is probably quite good.
Well, I'm sure it's not the only way. You can play rook c7 as well if you want to play it safe. Because as we figured out, after rook c7, rook takes a4 doesn't work because of several ideas connected with a few checks in a row. So c4, rook c7, probably the only move is bishop c5. But when the bishop gets away from the 7th ring, there are all those ideas with rook h7.
Yeah. Rook will had there. Yeah, unfortunately, the bishop is needed on e7. Defensive reasons. And what next? Ju Wenjun now coming to just over a minute.
What's interesting? Even though Ju Wenjun is losing, and she knows that she's like about to resign. But still, her posture and her face expression, she doesn't seem, I mean, so devastated, right? She's just trying to do her best. She's, as she would be saying, okay, I accept the fact that I'm losing today, but still, I'm gonna do my job well till the very last moment. And there are still 7 games to go, right? And this loss. What is happening?
Look at 24 seconds, 23 seconds, 20. And I'm just recalling that, okay, so now she does grab the pawn on a4. She gave herself a little shake, and rook b7 on the board, played instantaneously by Lei Tingjie, and big threat of rook to b8, followed by bishop e5 check. And if that appears, it's going to be devastating.
Well, everything
You also
seems
have
just too bad. Okay, guys, yeah, probably no point to give some more lines, right? Because it's just so hopeless for black. Let's just have a look at the players. Let's see how they handle this very, very last
15,
moments.
13. Ju Wenjun is living on the increment, and it's just as we indicated, move the rook down to a8. And Lei Tingjie has her choice. Rook takes b6. That's one move. Yep.
Yeah. Very calmly. Very calmly. Okay, rook c6 and then b6, b7. And the game is over.
But I have to say, what an impressive game from Lei Tingjie. From the opening choice to the middle game strategy, and now to the final parts of the game where she's played exceptionally well, like 14, 12, breaking down Ju Wenjun's fortress, 9, 8, 7, 5. Okay, c4 on the board.
Yeah.
Rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6 seems to be very, very tempting, right? Put your rook behind your opponent's passed pawn. Yeah, what else? What else, says Lei?
Yeah. And
it's just a question of few moves before resignation, really. And she keeps on playing, but just the position is too bad. b6, b7 if the rook retreats, and rook c8, bishop e5. The pawn is hanging on c4. There is no one to protect it, and well, what to do? Sometimes there is nothing. There is nothing left to do. Although she's trying very hard, but it just doesn't seem. Doesn't seem to be enough. Okay, probably after b6 she's gonna try rook a2, rook b2. No, she's desperately trying to stop it. And about clock, yeah, Ju Wenjun, she used to make moves on her very last second, quite a lot, and it was kind of always I was always impressed by the skill to make the very, like, your move on the very, very last second. How can you get to this point? And even in Blitz games, yeah, she played this calmly, leaving herself a few seconds and just calmly making the last move, getting additional. Well, in Blitz 2 seconds, in here it's 30 seconds, but still.
And take a look at Lei Tingjie. She just had her palm of her face covering her face. Palm of her hand is what I wanted to say. b6, rook a2.
Just double checking.
Ju Wenjun,
probably
20.
after rook a2, rook b2, rook c8 wins the game.
Yep.
Okay, a few more moves till resignation, until Lei taking over, leading the match. So they played 4 tense games, and game number 5 now to be the first decisive one. Okay, king to f3. Yeah, but there is one more check. I thought that there's going to be one more check.
I also thought that too. She could throw in a few more spite checks, but no. Rook b2, rook c8 is a killer.
Well, there is still a check. There is still one more check, to prolong this game going. Sometimes you wonder why players keep on going, why they don't resign. And in fact,
you don't win a game by resigning.
Yeah, I'm very bad in resignation. I mean, in accepting. Sometimes, I keep playing and I keep saying to myself, "Okay, come on, you should resign. That's the very last move. You should just stop. Come on, it's a humiliation what you're doing. Just respect your opponent. Just resign. You just keep going, and you keep going, and you keep making those moves. Just useless moves at some point because, well, chess is not a poker, right? It's not a game where you can suddenly get a joker or an ace and somehow get a winning hand out of this losing hand. It's not how it works. Fortunately or unfortunately, sometimes it's over and you have to accept it. But okay, sometimes you just need those moves to calm yourself down because, well, it's disappointing to lose. Even though I says it's not the end of the world, it's not. With your head, you understand it, but with your heart and with your fighting spirit, it's just so hurtful. And yeah.
I agree. Sometimes it's difficult to come to terms with the result. And I'm guessing that Ju Wenjun will just abandon the bishop. Perhaps they'll go rook to b6 and just meet rook takes bishop with king stepping up and trying to hold the position like that. The pawn on e6, after all, will fall.
Too many pawns black still has on the king side, and what's worse that black's pawns are already, kind of pushed to the fact that they cannot exchange any more opponent's pawns. So it's not f7, g6, h5 flexible pawn chain where you can play f6 and g5. They're all already blockaded, and one more accurate move, not playing bishop e3, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And well,
king comes to e2, and
you were right.
We are going to see that endgame. Yeah, because it's the only. If you haven't come to terms with resignation, it's the only way to keep the fight alive. And there we see the king does come up to e7.
Well, an extra bishop is an extra bishop.
And as you pointed out, these beautiful pawns does give white the opportunity to walk the king to g5, and that bishop on f4 is doing a mighty fine job. And we see Lei Tingjie just to round up the c4 pawn.
Yeah, well, she's gonna play rook e4, probably holding on for a few more moves to the c4 pawn, but again, everything isn't in white's favor. The pawn structure, the fact that white's bishop is a dark squared bishop and the h8 square is also the same color of this bishop, right? It might be helpful. But again, it's so hard for me to imagine how those pawns on the king side can be exchanged. There's no way to exchange those pawns. So just a question of improving your position, getting to this g6 pawn slowly but surely, and black
and you don't even have any moves like g5 happening.
Exactly.
Because what you really want is like g5, h takes g5, and then
h4
destabilizing the bishop. And maybe, just maybe, you can talk a little bit and defend. But no, like this, these pawns are not moving, and this pawn on c4 is going to be dropping, and everything, and I mean everything, is pointing to a white victory. And
it's surprising for me to see Ju Wenjun playing here, really. I mean,
I thought for a second that Ju Wenjun had resigned, and I thought, oh no, I just missed the moment. But no, she's prolonging the game.
Okay, prolonging her sufferings. It's, again, maybe she just needs this extra time to calm down, because it's painful. I mean, when you resign, it's over. It's just over. There is no more a hope for miracles. But You just want to have this. But sometimes, of course, it's better to resign, to forget about this one, go home and prepare for the next one. Because, as you mentioned, it's been a great game by Lei and not so great game by Ju Wenjun. I mean, quite a lot of mistakes and inaccuracies, and probably not the best play in the opening, letting the opponent get such a pleasant position. So a lot of food for thought for herself, for her seconds, we discussed how this game, how this result is going to influence her next game. But in fact, what's going to be interesting is the game after, right? The game number 7, when Lei is going to have white pieces again. I don't believe they're switching colors, no? It used to be this rule where in the middle of the match, like the players that started with white, like having 2 games with black. I mean, some kind of, I don't believe that's the case. I think they're just alternating all the way till the end.
They do switch colors.
Always, right?
So,
white, black,
yeah.
no black at some point, or white. Okay, and yeah, in that case, game number 7 is going to be quite interesting because Lei might open it again with e4 and play, repeat once again the Italian. But of course, Ju is going to have a few days to prepare, to refresh her opening notes and prepare something else, because again, the Italian is a very solid opening, and black has a lot of choice. We'll see.
We will see. And I'm also curious to see how Ju Wenjun will do tomorrow. It's her last game in Shanghai. That's her home city. She will have the white pieces, and this will be her chance to get that comeback victory. And also, it will be interesting to see how Lei Tingjie also copes with now having the psychological pressure of having the lead. Because we saw it so many times, say, for instance, in the Ding Liren Liana Pomniachtchi match, that's 1-1, and the other one immediately came back. It was like they could not control their nerves. And now the rooks have left the board.
Wow, quite. I mean, she's not scared of this f4 right moves again, because she knows that this h8 square is the square of the color of her bishop, and that makes
makes it a win.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, it's a different story. If this were opposite color, then it would be a famous draw. But as it is, this is completely winning, and we can see that by the evaluation bar. And we can also see it by Ju Wenjun's face. Will she accept her fate now? Are we going to see the handshake?
Yeah.
That's it. Well, a monumental victory for Lei Tingjie, who draws first blood here at the Women's World Championship match 2023. Brilliant victory from Lei with the white pieces, playing fantastic chess from the opening to the middle game to the end game. She made it look easy. Alexandra, you're here for the first time.
Yes, you see. That's why I took a few days off. I knew that it's about game number 5. I knew that there is no point. Okay, I'm just kidding. But of course, I'm quite happy to see the first decisive result of the match, as we were talking about it quite a lot, that it's gonna change like the whole match situation quite a bit. Is gonna shake things up, and Game 6 tomorrow. I'm more excited than ever, because, well, it's Ju Wenjun's turn to get this point back, because, okay, Lei proved the fact, well, we all were aware of, that she is capable of winning. So now let's see what Ju Wenjun is going to prepare to reply, and how she's gonna, handle this pressure and this changed situation.
Completely a test of character, and let's take a look at the scoreboard after 4 extremely tense, engaging draws. There we can see game 5. Well, they had a first day. They had some chance to prepare their poison, and Lei Tingjie once again came very well prepared, and she knew what she was doing. And Ju Wenjun needs to go back to the drawing board, and we will see what she is made of tomorrow when she faces off against Lei Tingjie, but this time she will have the white pieces. And tomorrow, this is the schedule.
And yeah, believe it or not, tomorrow is gonna be, exactly the middle of the match. Actually, after game 6, so we're already at this point when the first half of the match will be behind us tomorrow, and the players are going to move to another city, another location, another playing area, hotel. Many changes ahead of us, but the most important change has happened. The first decisive result is in history, in books, and we're gonna see how it's gonna affect the players tomorrow. Same time, same place, right?
It is going to be the same time, same place. You heard it from Alexandra here first, and this is all going to be a test of character. We are going to find out how Ju Wenjun copes. Will she get that comeback victory she so desperately needs? It's her last day in the home city. It's going to be same time, same place. Thank you everyone for watching at home. Goodbye.